Chapter 503. It had to be said that Ice Celestial Cori still had some conscience when it came to treating the citizens of Kossi Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have limited the self-destruct radius to 10 meters. It was precisely because of this that Han Shoror, reminded by Kelly, was spared from the aftershocks of Ice Celestial Cori's death. Ice Celestial Cori, one of the highest leaders of the Shrine of Ice, was finally cornered and forced to his death by the combined pursuit of Han Shoror and Kelly. His final, suicidal attack before his death did not truly harm Han Shoror and Cori. The light dissipated. The space that had undergone a temporary change due to the powerful energy returned to normal in the blink of an eye. However, Ice Celestial Cori had forever vanished from the duo's sight. Han Shoror heaved a sigh of relief. He felt as though a heavy stone hanging in his heart was suddenly thrown into an endless abyss. He felt an indescribable sense of comfort and contentment. Dead, he died just like that. Sigh. Kelly sighed ruefully. His colossal ape body began to shrink little by little. Experts with demigod existences were characters at the pinnacle of the pyramid on Profound Continent. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Although they were enemies, Kelly still felt that it was a pity. So what if they were demigod existences? Weren't they still unable to escape death? Looking at Snow Celestial Tiana, who had turned into a streak of white light, Han Shoror suggested with a malicious smile, "Kelly, I think we should completely destroy the Shrine of Ice's foundation in one go." In the blink of an eye, Kelly, who had returned to his human form, stood shoulder to shoulder with Han Shoror. He looked deeply at Snow Celestial Tiana, who was hovering in the air far away, shook his head, and sighed. He stared at Tiana and said, "Back then, your Shrine of Ice had destroyed the foundation of our druidic order in Kossi Empire, leaving not a single church for us to preach our doctrine. Even I myself had to leave after being injured by your and Cori's joint attack. I never thought that you would have such a day. The weather in Kossi Empire is frigid. This is the territory bestowed upon us by the Ice Goddess. Naturally, there shouldn't be any heresy in the territory of the Ice Goddess." Tiana looked at Kelly from afar, her expression cold and indifferent. She did not seem to be greatly affected by Cori's death. "There's nothing to say to her." "Great Sage Kelly, let's do it." Han Shoror had no interest in the religious dispute between the two. All he wanted was to eradicate his enemy, Tiana. "It's no use. She's already prepared to leave." Kelly shook his head and said calmly. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment, then immediately fixed his gaze on Snow Celestial Tiana in the distance. He saw her body gradually fade, as though she had become a snowflake drifting in the wind. Han Shoror stared blankly at Tiana. He saw that the aura on her body had fused with the elements of water between heaven and earth. He could clearly see her, but he could not sense her aura. Gradually, Tiana was like a snowflake melting into water, disappearing bit by bit. He watched helplessly as Tiana disappeared bit by bit. He didn't appear to stop her. He knew that Tiana was standing so far away. If she wanted to leave wholeheartedly, given the compatibility between her soul and the water element, there was no way he could stop her. It wasn't until Tiana had completely disappeared from Han Shoror's sight that the squad of knights that had followed him arrived. Before these knights could speak, Kelly of the Druidic Order looked at Han Shoror and said, "Let's go. We'll talk somewhere else. On Profound Continent, people like us have a tacit understanding not to meddle in worldly disputes. Don't make things difficult for them." Nodding his head, Han Shoror followed behind Kelly, effortlessly avoiding the large squad of knights that had arrived with great difficulty. After wandering for a while, they arrived at a valley with lush vegetation. The little valley wasn't in Siro City, but in a medium-sized forest on the outskirts of the city. Upon arriving, Han Shoror discovered that Druid Lillian, who had left a step earlier during the Great Battle, was already waiting here. Contrary to Han Shoror's expectations, apart from Lillian, Tanai and a familiar face were also standing side by side with her, the great Druid Caspian. "Sage. Master." When the two saw Kelly and Han Shoror arrive, they respectively saluted Kelly, though the way they addressed him was a little different. "Caspian, long time no see." Han Shoror took the initiative to greet Caspian when he saw him. Han-Shoror understood that the reason the old man had brought Han-Shoror here to have a good talk was to discuss the matter of the Druidic Order's Hand of the Goddess. But by now, Han-Shoror understood that the Druidic Order was indeed a righteous religion. He wasn't worried that they would set up some sort of trap against him. Of course, it was rare for an ordinary person to be able to trap someone whose strength had reached Han-Shoror's realm. Brian, long time no see. To think that you have already reached such heights. Caspian sighed from the bottom of his heart as he looked at Han-Shoror. When Han-Shoror first met Caspian in Valin City a few years ago, although Han-Shoror had already shown his brilliance, he was far from being as powerful as he was now. In the short span of a few years, Han-Shoror had the strength of a demigod, just like his master. Caspian couldn't help but gasp in admiration at such progress. Hehe, that's all because I'm lucky. Han-Shoror laughed. All right, we can finally have a conversation without worries. Sage Kelly of the Druidic Order smiled faintly. His weather-beaten eyes focused on Han-Shoror. He suddenly let out a soft sigh and said helplessly, Brian, it's all thanks to your help this time. Otherwise, not only would it have been difficult to force Ice Celestial Corey to his death, I'm afraid that I would have suffered quite a bit under the combined might of the two of them. Sage, you're too kind. They are also my enemies. There's no need to talk about who helped who when we joined forces. You don't owe me anything. Han-Shoror knew what Kelly wanted to talk to him about, but he still replied courteously. Sure enough, after Kelly had said those words, he continued, logically speaking, you have helped us and obtained the hand of the goddess through your own abilities. We really shouldn't have any thoughts of taking it back. However, the hand of the goddess is the divine weapon of our Druidic Order. As believers of the goddess of nature, it is our duty to take back the hand of the goddess. I really don't know what I should do. Han-Shoror had long anticipated that they had guessed that the hand of the goddess was in his hands. Now that things had come to this, Han-Shoror wouldn't play dumb. However, he also wouldn't hand the hand of the goddess over to them. Looking deeply at Kelly, Han-Shoror said, the item is indeed in my hands. I understand what it means to you, but it's even more important to me. I'm sorry, no matter what, I won't hand it over to you. Hearing Han-Shoror's words, the great druid Caspian opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and sighed, not saying any words of persuasion. In his dealings with Han-Shoror, he didn't owe Caspian any favors. On the contrary, it was Caspian who had troubled Han-Shoror time and time again. Although the two of them had a small friendship, Caspian didn't think that Han-Shoror would change his mind for such a major matter. Therefore, he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Mr. Brian, I know that with your identity and status, you definitely wouldn't care about gold coins. Then, the method that I suggested in the auction house earlier will definitely be useless. Lillian looked at Han-Shoror with sparkling eyes and continued, however, can you tell us how you know the miraculous use of the hand of the goddess? What do you want the hand of the goddess for? As far as I know, even among the followers of our Druidic Order, not many have seen the hand of the goddess, much less know its miraculous use. Nodding, Sage Kelly of the Druidic Order also stared at Han-Shoror, not concealing the curiosity in his heart in the slightest. He said, that's right. As the most devout follower of the Druidic Order, even I only know a portion of the miraculous use of the hand of the goddess. I simply don't have the ability to make it fly away on its own. I really can't figure out how you can do it. After hearing Kelly's words, Han-Shoror immediately understood that Kelly must have been hiding somewhere in Brack's Manor and had seen some scenes. No wonder he was so certain that the hand of the goddess was in Han-Shoror's hands. After creasing his brows and hesitating for a moment, Han-Shoror considered whether or not he should tell them about the hand of the goddess and the wood elite zombie. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain this matter clearly. I know, this is your secret. However, ever since I saw you use the hand of the goddess so miraculously, I've been wondering if you're an emissary sent by our goddess to the human world. Perhaps, you're a member of our Druidic Order, Kelly said expectantly as he looked at Han-Shoror. Han-Shoror laughed involuntarily. He felt that some of the beliefs of these religious members were a little strange. He shook his head and said, I'm definitely not a follower of your Druidic Order, but I do have some understanding of the hand of the goddess that you speak of. Seeing that the 3 druids of the druidic order were all looking at him expectantly, Han-shor nodded and slowly told them about his different understanding of the hand of the goddess. Virile leaf. What is that? Did I say that it's too outrageous? How is that possible? Lillian didn't believe what Han-shor had said at all. She kept shaking her head and muttering in astonishment. Great Druid Caspian also had a face full of disbelief. He looked at Han-shor with a puzzled expression, but didn't voice any doubts. Only the great sage Kelly, the leader of the Druidic order, looked at Han-shor with a grave expression. He said in a low voice somewhat doubtful, "Can you let me see the owner of the hand of the goddess?" Chapter 504. Han-shor shook his head resolutely. Under Kelly's astonished gaze, he said, "The time is not right." "What do you mean?" Kelly was puzzled. Looking at the master of the hand of goddess, this shouldn't be a particularly difficult matter. He couldn't figure out why Han-shor would so resolutely refuse. Just like Tiana needs time to fuse with the origin crystal of water, the master of the virile leaf is also slowly fusing with it. During this period of time, he needs absolute silence and cannot be disturbed, Han-shor explained. Han-shor's explanation only made Kelly even more puzzled. He looked at Han-shor doubtfully and asked, "If I heard correctly, you said that the master of the hand of goddess is a zombie warrior. A zombie warrior can fuse with the divine weapon of our druidic order, the hand of goddess. Is that what you mean?" "That's right." Han-shor answered affirmatively. Old Kelly, who had lived for who knew how many years, had an unnatural paleness on his face. He subconsciously touched his chest with his right hand, as if he couldn't bear Han-shor's explanation. He said with a slight tremble, "I think, he shouldn't be an emissary of our goddess of nature." What a joke! How could a zombie warrior from the netherworld be an emissary of the goddess of nature to the mortal world? Of course not. Han-shor smiled faintly and sized up the trio with interest. His gaze finally locked onto the muttering Kelly. "He can't be an emissary of your goddess of nature. When he has mastered the virile leaf, I can let you meet him." "So, the hand of goddess will become his weapon?" Kelly asked with great reluctance after a low sigh. "Although I feel a little helpless, I can only say that this is indeed the case." Han-shor looked at Kelly apologetically and spread his hands. Soon after, an idea occurred to him and he continued, "How about I compensate you with some gold coins?" "I'm really sorry." Judging from Lillian's performance, the Druidic order was not a religion that was good at accumulating wealth. Towards the Druidic order, Han-shor really did have a good impression. Moreover, he had the intention of roping in Kelly, a demigod with astonishing strength, in an attempt to make some substantial compensation through gold coins. "Forget it, this is the church's own negligence, we can't let you bear the consequences for us." Kelly waved his hand weakly and rejected Han-shor's compensation. Looking at Kelly, and then at Caspian and Lillian, Han-shor understood that there was nothing to say even if he stayed. He laughed dryly and said, "I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. If the great sage is still interested in the master of the hand of goddess, you can come to Brettel City to find me next time. I will be more than happy to welcome you. In any case, the virile leaf should have come from the druidic order." Although he had seized it from Zophie's hands with his own ability, he had still taken something that belonged to him. Han-shor understood the helplessness in the hearts of the 3 of them. He knew that it would be impossible for them to talk harmoniously if he stayed. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible to avoid the awkwardness. "All right then, I will certainly make a trip to Brettel City when I have the time." No matter what, it was a pleasure to meet you." Kelly did not urge him to stay. He revealed a rather bitter smile and bade farewell to Han-shor. "Me too. Goodbye." Han-shor replied politely. He then nodded at the great druid Caspian, turned around, and left the valley. After leaving the valley, Han-shor did not immediately return to Siro City. Instead, he pondered on how to deal with the Shrine of Ice. With Ice Celestial Cori dead, the Shrine of Ice's strength had greatly declined in Han-shor's eyes. Snow Celestial Tiana alone basically posed no threat to Han-shor. The hatred of being betrayed on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light had always been engraved in Han-shor's heart. It was just that Tiana had suddenly disappeared. Han Shoror had no idea where she had fled to, but he reckoned that she should be within the icy peaks of the Shrine of Ice. Because he needed to launch a sneak attack on Ice Celestial Kori, Han Shoror had concealed his consciousness. Now that he had left the valley, Han Shoror immediately released his consciousness again. He planned to continue provoking the six-horned tribal king of the soul race, luring him to the Shrine of Ice, and teach Tiana and the others a painful lesson. However, after Han Shoror released his consciousness, he suddenly discovered that the six-horned tribal king of the soul race had actually stopped in one place. He did not continue to chase after Han Shoror. This made Han Shoror somewhat puzzled. He did not understand why the six-horned tribal king would stop. Could it be that the old monster Statholm had yet to fuse his soul with the crystal of fighting aura, and was coincidentally hiding in the middle of the six-horned tribal king's path? Could it be that the six-horned tribal king had sensed the old monster Statholm's presence, and had conveniently dealt with the old monster Statholm first? Han Shoror was startled. He was startled by this thought. After carefully sensing with his consciousness, Han Shoror could roughly guess that the six-horned tribal king of the soul race was within the borders of Angela Empire. Shaking his head helplessly, Han Shoror was worried about Statholm. However, he did not recklessly head to Angela Empire to find out what was going on. Of course, if that was the case, the old monster Statholm would have already been killed before Han Shoror could head to Angela Empire. 2 days later, Han Shoror discovered that the six-horned tribal king was still within the borders of Angela Empire. No matter how Han Shoror provoked him, the tribal king still did not come to Kossi Empire to pursue and kill Han Shoror. With that, Han Shoror was almost certain that the six-horned tribal king did not stop because of Statholm the old monster. After all, the old monster Statholm's strength was not enough to resist the six-horned tribal king for 2 days. Although Han Shoror did not know what had happened in Angela Empire, it was obvious that the six-horned tribal king had been delayed there. Moreover, Han Shoror had no idea when the six-horned tribal king would leave Angela Empire. Han Shoror was very curious as to what had happened to the six-horned tribal king in Angela Empire. However, he wisely chose not to go and find out. Without this six-horned tribal king of the soul race, even if Han Shoror were to encounter Snow Celestial Tiana, he was not certain that he could kill her. Therefore, after some consideration, Han Shoror decided to temporarily give up on hunting down Tiana. He would wait until the little skull had fused with the origin crystal of death, and when Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie had further formed the Penta-Elemental Undead formation, before dealing with Tiana. Having lost one of their pillars, the strength of the Shrine of Ice had declined sharply. Han Shoror believed that the Druidic Order would also seize the opportunity to act. He was rather gloating over their misfortune. At noon, under the scorching sun, inside a mansion in the northern district of Siro City, Han Shoror stealthily snuck in. Before leaving Kossi Empire, he came to check on Sophie's condition and bid her farewell. In any case, Sophie had accompanied Han Shoror for a few days and had done her part as a host. Han Shoror had a rather favorable impression of Sophie. He was also somewhat worried that Sophie would be ruined in the hands of that good-for-nothing Braque. Therefore, he made a trip here before he left. When Han Shoror arrived at the mansion, he unfolded his consciousness and slowly searched for Sophie's aura. It didn't take long for Han Shoror to locate Sophie. However, when Han Shoror arrived at Sophie's location, he furrowed his brows deeply. It was a rather spacious room with 3 intricate and thick magical boundaries set up. It could be seen that the person who cast the boundaries was rather accomplished. They didn't affect the space or the items in the room, but still firmly trapped Sophie inside. Separated by 3 magical boundaries, Han Shoror could still clearly see Sophie. She was under house arrest and had a worried look on her face. She looked much more haggard than she had been 2 days ago. It seemed that she had been having a hard time. Frowning at Sophie, who was separated by 3 magical crystals, Han Shoror slowly released his consciousness and slowly sensed the location of his father, Sacred Knight Sulo. At this moment, Sacred Knight Sulo was training hard in his own practice room. It seemed that it was no mere fluke that he could become a Sacred Knight. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shoror reached out and pressed on the 3 magical boundaries. Demonic light glowed from his palm. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 magical boundaries shattered like mirrors. Who is it? Sophie was startled and cried out in alarm. It's me. Han Shoror replied softly and strolled toward Sophie. He looked at the somewhat surprised Sophie and asked, "What's going on?" "It's nothing. My father doesn't allow me to run around. He's planning to marry me off to Braque in a few days." Sophie smiled bitterly and helplessly. For some reason, when he heard that Sulo was going to marry Sophie off to Braque, Han Shoror actually felt a vague sense of discomfort in his heart. A hint of anger flashed across his eyes. Han Shoror said, "Your father has gone senile. How could he have such a tyrannical way of doing things?" Sigh. Sophie shook her head and sighed. She replied somewhat wearily and powerlessly, "He's not senile. It's precisely because he's too smart that he's doing this. Otherwise, not only me and him, but even our family would no longer have a place to stand in Kossi Empire." Han Shoror was stunned for a moment before he sighed. He understood that what Sophie said was true. The power of a nation was not something that an individual could contend against. Unless that individual was like Han Shoror, possessing terrifying power that transcended the mundane world, there was absolutely no way he could go against a nation. In Kossi Empire, although Sacred Knight Sulo had quite a reputation, it was absolutely impossible for him to go against the House of Pillen. Moreover, the Shrine of Ice still existed in Kossi Empire. A mere Sulo would find it hard to even protect himself, let alone his entire family. "Brian, are you willing to take me with you?" While Han Shoror was letting his imagination run wild, Sophie suddenly looked deeply into Han Shoror's eyes and asked with a complicated expression. Chapter 505. Han Shoror stared blankly. He couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Sophie's words. After weighing his words for a moment, Han Shoror said rather cautiously, "You are the city lord of Brettel City in Lancelot Empire. You possess the power to contend against the Shrine of Ice. Among the friends I know, I believe you are the only one who can help me. That is, of course, if you also consider me a friend." Sophie stared blankly at Han Shoror, as though trying to clearly see every change in expression on Han Shoror's face. She continued, "You are the city lord of Brettel City in Lancelot Empire. You possess the power to contend against the Shrine of Ice. Among the friends I know, I believe you are the only one who can help me. Of course, that is, if you also consider me a friend." From Sophie's words, Han Shoror understood that she had already guessed his true identity. After a slight hesitation, Han Shoror smiled and said, "I naturally consider you my friend. Brettel City will very much welcome your arrival." Sophie revealed a faint smile of gratification at Han Shoror's words. However, before she could say anything else, Sulo's voice suddenly sounded, "Nonsense." By the time his voice faded, Sulo had already appeared in front of Han Shoror and Sophie. His expression was very ugly. He glared at Sophie and angrily said, "Feifei, you are no longer a child. There are some things you should know the consequences of." Sophie clearly felt a little guilty after being glared at by her father. However, when she recalled the sullen matter of marrying Braque, Sophie stubbornly looked at Sulo and said, "Father, you shouldn't have helped me decide my marriage without my consent." Sulo, who was seething with rage, looked at his daughter who had a stubborn and unyielding expression. He suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness and dejection in his heart. He shook his head and sighed helplessly, saying, "Father was indeed rash in this matter. However, everyone knows that Braque likes you. Given the influence of the House of Pillen, there is simply no possibility of rejection. Although your father is a sacred knight and possesses a certain amount of influence in Kossi Empire, there is simply no way he can bargain with the House of Pillen." Han Shoror had long known that Sulo would come. Listening to the argument between father and daughter, Han Shoror looked at Sophie, and then at Sulo, who seemed to have aged considerably. He suddenly said, "Mr. Sulo, I do have a solution." Holy Paladin Sulo had sparred with Han Shoror a few days ago, and after he had understood Han Shoror's identity and strength through his own channels, he was truly fearful of this youth who was much younger than him. Hearing this, Sulo's expression was barely shaken. He looked at Han Shoror and said, "Heroes come from the young. This saying is most appropriate for you. I imprisoned Sophie, on the one hand, to prevent Sophie from causing any trouble, and on the other hand, to wait for you. Han Shoror was stunned, and then he was slightly puzzled as he asked, "What do you mean?" "Brian, I think I roughly know the relationship between you and Sophie." "Alright, I'll just call you Brian. Currently, not many people know about the matter between you and Sophie. Given your status and strength, you can indeed protect us." To Han Shoror's surprise, when Sulo said these words, he revealed some of the craftiness of an old fox, and his expression seemed a lot more relaxed. All of a sudden, Sophie's face inexplicably reddened. As if she knew what Sulo was going to say, she hastily said, "Father, it's not what you think." Alright, you don't have to say anything more. You know what you mean." Without waiting for Sophie to finish her sentence, Sulo waved his hand and stopped her from continuing. He said self-righteously, "After considering it for a few days, I've decided to respect your opinion. You and Brian are a good match. I've even arranged for some personnel transfers in the family. Now that Brian is here, we can discuss things and withdraw from Kossi Empire as soon as possible, moving to Brettel City to live." At these words, Sophie's face turned beet red, and she hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "No, it's not like that. Father, you've misunderstood me." Sulo fiercely glared at Sophie and said, "Now that things have come to this, why are you still trying to be secretive? Our family is about to be destroyed because of you. You can't go on fooling around like this." Turning around, Sulo looked at Han Shoror with the gaze of a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Soon after, he smiled faintly, seemingly very satisfied. He nodded and said, No matter how I look at it, you're more observant than that crafty Bra-Q. Sophie has a good eye." Taking a deep breath, Sulo solemnly said, "Brian, although my Sophie can be a little mischievous at times, she's still very kind. You can't bully my Sophie, okay?" Han Shoror was dumbfounded. Looking at Sulo, who had taken matters into his own hands, he simply didn't know what to say. It had to be said that this sacred knight Sulo was indeed a remarkable character. It was normal for him to misunderstand the relationship between himself and Sophie. After all, Sophie had indeed been very close to him these past few days. In addition, Sophie had been vehemently opposed to her marriage with Bra-Q recently. As a father, it was normal for him to have such a misunderstanding. However, this Sulo was truly a man of swift, decisive, and cunning. He had imprisoned Sophie. On one hand, he wouldn't let anyone know of their relationship, and on the other hand, he was testing whether he would really come for Sophie. On top of that, without anyone noticing, he had begun to quietly mobilize the forces of his family, making preparations to leave for Brettel City at any time. Although this Sulo had misunderstood the relationship between himself and Sophie, he was truly a remarkable character. A series of thoughts flashed through Han Shoror's mind. Han Shoror's eyes shone brightly as he sized up Sulo. His mind raced. A sacred knight was a considerable force to be reckoned with in any country. Even if he left Kossi Empire, Sulo could still lead Sophie and his family to establish a foothold in other countries without relying on him. A sacred knight. No country would refuse him, especially a country that was hostile to Kossi Empire. This old fellow was definitely not simple. He was indeed a formidable character. Han Shoror inwardly came to a conclusion about Sulo. Han Shoror, who had intended to clarify the facts, suddenly had a thought. He revealed a modest smile and assured Sulo, "How could I? I can't wait to dote on Sophie. How could I bear to bully her?" Face flushed to the ears, Sophie was anxious to explain the truth to her father. When she heard Han Shoror's words, it was as if she had received a heavy blow. She glared fiercely at Han Shoror and cried out even more anxiously, Father, don't listen to his nonsense." He and I, with a wave of his hand, Sulo once again interrupted Sophie's explanation and said, "He's not spouting nonsense. I believe he will take good care of you. Brian is not like Bra-Q. He is a martial artist, not a politician. I can trust the promises of a martial artist, especially a martial artist stronger than I am. I trust him even more." Sophie was about to faint from anger. Every time she tried to explain, he would abruptly interrupt her, and then he would deepen the misunderstanding. That self-assured look on his face left Sophie at a complete loss of what to do. What made Sophie gnash her teeth with even greater hatred was still Han Shoror. Han Shoror had the appearance of a good son-in-law as he solemnly guaranteed, "Yes, I will." Sophie was both embarrassed and anxious. It was as if she had unknowingly been sold. The two traffickers were even laughing and discussing the details right in front of her. It was an indescribably bizarre feeling. However, there seemed to be a little bit of joy. It was just that little bit of joy was quickly ignored by Sophie in the midst of her great embarrassment and anxiety. How could this be? How could this be? Sophie screamed again and again in her heart. When Sulo finally finished, she glared angrily at Han Shoror again. She straightened her face and prepared to make things clear. "Yes, you two talk for a while. I will immediately go and handle the family's mobilization, striving to transfer the family's power to Brettel City in the shortest time possible. Oh, when the time comes, I may have to trouble my dear son-in-law. After all, you are the lord of Brettel City. Your power can also allow us to leave Kossi Empire more quickly and safely." Without waiting for Sophie to organize her words, Sulo dropped another bomb. Of course, of course." Han Shoror smiled very modestly. He was happy that he had gotten a sacred knight for free. As for what would happen next, Han Shoror didn't care for the time being. In any case, he had to lure sacred knight Sulo to Brettel City first. Once the Sulo family arrived at Brettel City, even if the truth was exposed, Han Shoror believed that they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. Sulo seemed to be very satisfied with Han Shoror. He walked up to Han Shoror with a smile, patted Han Shoror on the shoulder, and nodded, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He walked out with much more relaxed footsteps than when he came. It seemed that he really was going to make arrangements for leaving Kossi Empire. Sophie had planned to stop Sulo and give him a good explanation, but Han Shoror desperately signaled with his eyes to stop her. After Sulo left, Sophie immediately put her hands on her hips and glared at him like a little hen about to fight. She said angrily, "Brian, you bastard. What is the meaning of this?" Spreading his hands, Han Shoror smiled and said, "I'm doing this for you and your family. If I didn't say this, would your father have gone to Brettel City so easily?" Han Shoror put on an innocent look as if he was doing all this for Sophie's sake. Sophie, who had planned to denounce Han Shoror for his crimes, suddenly froze when she heard Han Shoror's words. Sophie was a smart person. It only took her a moment to realize that Han Shoror's words made sense. However, when Sophie recalled that Han Shoror had used this sort of thing as an excuse to convince her father, and looked at Han Shoror's smiling face, she couldn't help but feel angry. She still angrily charged at Han Shoror, shouting, "Even so, you can't joke about something like this. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Chapter 506. Sophie was no match for Han Shoror. Panting with rage, she charged at him. Han Shoror merely looked at her with a smile, neither retaliating nor resisting. He took Sophie's hammering blows on his chest and cooperated with her by laughing and crying out in pain. Sophie's soft little hand hammered on his chest. Not only did Han Shoror not feel the slightest bit of pain, he even felt rather pleased. Although Sophie charged at him with bared fangs and brandished claws, she still had a sense of propriety when she struck. Given Han Shoror's abnormally strong body, he naturally wouldn't be injured in the slightest. After hitting him for a while, Sophie finally realized that all her efforts were in vain. Looking at Han Shoror's hateful face, she didn't know how to vent her anger. She could only glare at Han Shoror a few times. All right. Han Shoror said a few words of consolation. Smiling, he said, "I'm doing this to make your father feel at ease. Only in this way will he head to Brettel City without any misgivings. When he arrives at Brettel City, you can properly communicate with him. At that time, even if he complains, nothing will happen." Sophie and Han Shoror played around for a while. Her originally anxious mood was released. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but say, "There are still some members in our family. It will be rather difficult for all of them to head to Brettel City unknowingly. Fortunately, Kossi Empire is in a mess because of you these days. Because my father is a sacred knight, he has absolute authority in the family. With a little more time, there shouldn't be any trouble." "All right. Take advantage of the fact that Braque doesn't have time to deal with you these days. You'd better move your people as soon as possible. I will communicate with my people. There shouldn't be any problems, said Han Shor. Oh right, what happened that day? Why did the Shrine of Ice suddenly issue an ice goddess writ, summoning all the bishops of Kossi Empire to return to the frozen peak of Snowy Mountain? Sophie couldn't help but ask Han Shor with a frown. Ice Celestial Corey's death must have been suppressed by the Shrine of Ice. Otherwise, it would have had an immeasurable impact on both the Shrine of Ice and Kossi Empire. The reason why Tiana had issued the Ice Goddess writ and summoned the bishops of every region to the main peak of the Snowy region was obviously to concentrate their power. It's nothing. It's probably to deal with us, Han Shor replied casually. In any case, Sophie was a citizen of Kossi Empire. She should have a favorable impression of the Shrine of Ice. If she knew that Han Shor had forced one of the Shrine of Ice's highest leaders, Ice Celestial Corey, to his death, who knew what she would think? Oh, I see. Sophie looked at Han Shor with a somewhat complicated expression. She suddenly sighed and said, I am a citizen of Kossi Empire. If I leave like this, I might never be able to return. No matter what, I still hope you won't harm the common people of Kossi Empire. Don't worry, I won't attack ordinary people. I'll make some arrangements and leave Kossi Empire today. The next time we meet, we should be in Brettel City. Han Shor looked at Sophie and said, Are you leaving today? So soon? Sophie suddenly felt a little reluctant after hearing Han Shor's words. Her tone was also a little gloomy. But before I leave, I will make some arrangements. With my instructions, your family's departure from Kossi Empire will be smoother. In addition, Brettel City is currently at war with the 7 Grand Duchies. I want to see what's going on over there, Han Shor said. Parting was always a little sad. In order to prevent Sophie's mood from worsening, Han Shor smiled and said, All right, I'll leave first. I reckon we can meet again in Brettel City before long. Send my regards to your father. Tell him that Brettel City will open its gates and welcome your arrival. Without waiting for Sophie to say anything, Han Shor elegantly left. Under Sophie's gaze, he turned into a faint shadow and rapidly disappeared. After leaving Sophie's place, Han Shor arrived at a Dark Mantle stronghold in Kossi Empire. He communicated with the person in charge of the Dark Mantle base here, and sent his message to the Dark Mantle stronghold in Brettel City through them. He also instructed them to contact Sulo and help the Sulo family travel to Brettel City. The Dark Mantle stronghold had been operating in Siro City for many years and had very tight exit channels. Han Shor believed that with their help, the Sulo family's journey would be smoother. Taking advantage of the chaos in Kossi Empire over the past few days, Han Shor believed that with the old fox Sulo's power and the help of the Dark Mantle, there shouldn't be any problems. The 6-horned tribal king of the Soul Race was still lingering in Angela Empire. When Han Shor headed for Lancelot Empire, he concealed his consciousness again and unhurriedly arrived at the Dark Forest, preparing to pass through it and return to the Cemetery of Death. Midway, Han Shor suddenly sensed the joy of the little skull in the Netherworld. Having just entered the Dark Forest from Caesar City, Han Shor was overjoyed. Without thinking too much, Han Shor knew that the little skull must have fused his soul with the origin crystal of necromancy. The little skull already possessed astonishing strength. Once it fused with the origin crystal of the pure element of death, it would surely bring an even greater surprise to Han Shor. The impatient Han Shor found a secluded cave and summoned Metal Elite Zombie to open up a stone room. He then took out the skeletal staff and made some arrangements in the surroundings. Shortly after, his consciousness passed through the space tunnel and arrived at the Netherworld where the aura of death was the densest. Desolation, deathly stillness, monotonous shades of grey and white, the ever-present and chilly element of death, the never-ending and cruel slaughter, and the simple rule of survival of the fittest. This was the eternal and unchanging main body of the Netherworld. On the peak of a towering mountain stood a palace that pierced straight into the heavens. Pure white bones were scattered all over the ground. Thousands upon thousands of undead creatures of all kinds were prostrating on the ground from halfway up the mountain, worshipping the peak as though they were on a pilgrimage. A gust of ghastly, sinister, and frightening energy engulfed the entire 10,000-meter-tall mountain. The dense aura of death was attracted by the sinister energy within the palace, and all converged towards the palace at the peak. For a moment, the dense aura of death that was hard to see with the naked eye condensed into a trickle and thousands of strands that flowed into the palace that pierced straight into the heavens. The entire palace seemed to have transformed into a colossus, constantly absorbing the aura of death that was madly gushing towards it from a radius of 100 miles. With the huge mountain as the center, the aura of death in the area frantically converged, startling all kinds of powerful undead creatures within 100 miles, or even 1,000 miles. Those powerful undead creatures gazed at the huge mountain with hollow eyes, involuntarily moving towards it. Han Shoror's consciousness landed in front of the little skull's palace. First, he used the omnipresent aura of death to condense a fleeting body. Han Shoror unfolded his consciousness and had a panoramic view of the transformation of the entire huge mountain. Skeletal warriors, zombie warriors, ghouls, gargoyles, evil knights, mummy lords, old fey zombies, bone devils. There were all sorts of undead creatures, some familiar to Han Shoror, and others unfamiliar to him. They filled the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain, as if they were being summoned by some sort of power. They walked step by step towards the top of the mountain. Looking into the distance, within a radius of several dozen miles, even more undead creatures were also rushing towards this direction. Among them, there were even 2 bone dragons and an extremely valiant king zombie. The king zombie with a green face and sharp fangs roared all the way, turning some of the low-ranked undead creatures in the surroundings into ashes. Han Shoror could see that the 2 bone dragons and the king zombie seemed to have come to the palace where the little skull was located with hostility. This was because they discovered that their subordinates were suddenly no longer listening to their orders. Under the influence of some kind of evil summoning power, they were leaving them step by step. How humiliating was this for a king of the undead world? Although they also felt the summoning from the peak of the 10,000 meters tall mountain, as kings of the undead world for many years, they already had the ability to get rid of that summoning power. Moreover, they were trying to completely destroy this extremely daring existence. "Father, you're here." Just as Han Shoror was gazing into the distance, the Earth Elite zombie suddenly walked out from the center of the palace. Behind the Earth Elite zombie, the Fire Elite zombie and the Metal Elite zombie also walked out side by side. Han Shoror could feel the joy in their hearts. "Yes," Han Shoror answered. He could feel that at the bottom of the palace at the peak of the huge mountain, Water Elite zombie and Wood Elite zombie were concentrating on absorbing and digesting the energy. It seemed that the next time they came out, the penta-elemental undead formation would be truly completed. At the center of the palace, the little skull sitting on the white bone throne was still madly absorbing the aura of death within a radius of 100 miles. Strands of dense aura of death slowly flowed into the little skull's smooth bones. His entire body was filled with the incomparably pure element of death. Han Shoror suddenly understood that after the soul of the little skull fused with the origin crystal of death, not only did he form the soul of element, but he was also using the ability to manipulate the element of death to rapidly form the body of element. The soul of element and the body of element were the foundations of becoming a god. Han Shoror did not expect that the origin crystal of death would not only allow the little skull to possess the soul of element, but also magically allow him to possess the body of element. Once the soul of element and the body of element were formed, he was only one step away from becoming a god. Chapter 507. Undead creatures as far as the eye could see, as though on a pilgrimage, swarmed towards the 10,000-meter tall mountain peak. At this moment, Little Skull was the most famous undead king within a 100-mile radius. The aura of death madly surged towards the palace and was absorbed by Little Skull, who sat on the throne of white bones, into his sparkling and translucent white bone body. Little Skull's incomparably tough and tyrannical bones were rapidly transformed, forming a body of element that was most compatible with the element of death. Metal Elite zombies, Earth Elite zombies, and Fire Elite zombies stood in 3 different directions in front of the palace. The 3 undead creatures were equally unordinary. Behind them stood a few evil knights and a mummy lord bone demon, firmly guarding the undead king inside the palace. The two bone dragons and the zombie king roared as they charged forward. Wherever they passed, the low-level undead creatures that had betrayed them would be crushed into bones by their tyrannical strength. One by one, the resentful spirits would be annihilated. The three extremely powerful existences of the netherworld, carrying with them a monstrous rage, rapidly walked towards the top of the mountain peak. During this process, Little Skull had already absorbed all the aura of death within a 100-mile radius, forming a body of element. Father. Little Skull finally walked out of the palace and stood at the top of the mountain, looking down at the undead creatures that swarmed towards him. When Han-Shoror saw that Little Skull had come out, he couldn't help but carefully size up Little Skull's current appearance. His whole body of pure white bones was filled with a jade-like luster, and every inch of his bones contained an enormous aura of death. A cloud of dusky smoke constantly revolved in the center of the skull. It was as inconspicuous as the eternal darkness of the netherworld, but Han-Shoror understood that it was the soul of element condensed by Little Skull. When Han-Shoror looked at Little Skull, he could sense that the soul of element at the center of Little Skull's skull had fused with the omnipresent aura of death in the netherworld. Even so, this newly reforged body of Little Skull also gave Han-Shoror a strange feeling. It was as if the Little Skull in front of him had existed in this netherworld for thousands of years, as if he had always been the true undead king of the netherworld. 2 bone dragons and a zombie king have come. They are not affected by your power, Han-Shoror said. I deliberately lured them here. Father, just watch, they will still crawl under my feet. Little Skull was incomparably confident. He slowly walked in front of Han-Shoror, his purple demon eye glistening with evil light. An indescribable power spread out like water ripples, fusing with the aura of death between heaven and earth. As though it was an order, after Little Skeleton emitted this energy, the tens of thousands of undead creatures that were rushing to the summit of the giant mountain as though they were on a pilgrimage suddenly all prostrated themselves on the ground. None of them moved an inch and only lowered their heads, as though waiting for Little Skeleton's next order. Han-Shoror could see that among the undead creatures that covered the entire mountain, only a small portion were Little Skull's original subordinates. Most of the undead creatures were outsiders who had heard the summons from the mountain peak. Most of them were originally following the 2 bone dragons and the king zombie. It was only because they were attracted by Little Skeleton's miraculous energy that they instinctively gathered at the mountain peak. Under Little Skull's divine might, they all crawled on the ground, not daring to move. Only the 3 bone dragons and the zombie king, who had existed for who knew how many years, were not affected by Little Skull's power. They roared all the way to the top of the mountain. Is it you, challenging my dignity? When the 3 undead creatures that stood at the top of the pyramid of the netherworld arrived in front of Little Skull, one of the bone dragons emitted a powerful corrosive aura and spewed out Long Dragon's breath. Its body floated above the mountain, looking down at Little Skull from above. Unruly existence, you will pay the price. The huge body of the zombie king roared at the sky, emitting its tyrannical corpse aura that could make low-level undead creatures willingly submit. It seemed very irritable and angry. Strange existence, I will absorb your soul and erase the fact that you once existed. The last bone dragon swayed its tail and appeared in the sky behind Little Skull. It looked greedily at the soul inside Little Skull's skull. You 3 lowly fellows, immediately submit to me. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Little Skull commanded the 3 powerful undead creatures in an extremely arrogant manner, as if it was their destiny. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Skull emitted an incomparably dense death energy. All of a sudden, the element of death that was everywhere in the surroundings began to boil like boiling water. Little Skull's originally short body began to grow taller and taller. In the blink of an eye, Little Skull had grown to a height of 7 or 8 meters, covered with ferocious bone spikes. At first glance, one could tell that it was evil and terrifying. A 5-meter-long bone spike, emitting an extremely sharp death energy, was easily grasped in the palm of its hand. On its back, the 7 bone spikes were 3 times longer than before. They were ferocious like terrifying fangs, shining with a bewitching and evil luster, giving off a strong sense of shock. The Little Skull that had suddenly grown in size, and the power that looked down on all living things, burst out in full force. In an instant, the three creatures that swore to vent their anger on him felt an instinctive fear in their hearts. All of them involuntarily kept a distance from him. "Submit to me. Otherwise, your lowly souls will be thoroughly obliterated," Little Skull said in an evil tone, once again destroying their willpower. "Two bone dragons, the three of us will join forces and slay this powerful being." The king zombie took a few steps back. As soon as Little Skull's arrogant words faded, he immediately took a few more steps forward, raised his head, and proposed to the two bone dragons that were hovering in the air. Not bad. They fiercely charged at Little Skull one after the other. The attacks that had been brewing in their bodies for a long time erupted in an instant. The king zombie ferociously charged over. The surrounding corpse aura was even sharper than a sharp sword. It carried an unstoppable and terrifying energy. With a stretch of his hand, Little Skull stopped metal, fire, and earth elite zombies from helping and said, "I'll do it." Han Shoror, who originally planned to join forces with metal and fire elite zombies, simultaneously received Little Skull's dissuading message. An absolute confidence emanated from Little Skull. At this moment, it was as though he was the true king of the netherworld since ancient times. No undead creature could offend the dignity of this king of undead. Han Shoror hesitated for a moment before retreating to the side of wood, metal, and fire elite zombies. He watched the cruel battle that was about to unfold from afar, and concentrated his energy, ready to join the fray the moment Little Skull showed signs of defeat. Two bone dragons and a king zombie. These were powerful undead creatures that only a sacred Magus necromancer could summon. Even on the profound continent, existences of this level were powerful creatures that would give anyone a headache. In the netherworld, the aura of death was extremely dense. Han Shoror, who had only arrived here with his consciousness, did not have the confidence to deal with any existence of this level. Roar, Little Skull let out a disdainful howl. Mixed with the aura of death, it drifted to a radius of several tens of miles. His enormous body did not draw support from the 7 bone spurs on his back as he stood proudly in the air. The 5-meter-long bone spur in his hand was like the most incisive weapon in the netherworld. With a light spin, he thrust it at the bone dragon that had launched a sneak attack behind him like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The bone spur was like lightning. Without giving the bone dragon any time to dodge, it directly pierced through several of its bones and sent its enormous body flying backwards. Bam! After the bone spur pierced out, he did not even look at it. He suddenly landed on the side of the king zombie and kicked downwards. An enormous aura of death gathered at the sole of his white bony foot. He stomped on one of the king zombie's shoulders with the force of 1,000 catties. Crunch! The king zombie staggered backwards. Before the other bone dragon in front of him could approach, Little Skull slapped the king zombie's head. With a puff, the king zombie's head was smashed into a pulp. A glossy green soul was pulled out by Little Skull. "My king, I am willing to serve you. From now on, I will serve you as my only master." The king zombie whose soul was pulled out by Little Skull immediately shouted without the slightest hesitation. "Smart guy," Little Skull lightly groaned. The jade-like bone claws carried the zombie king's soul as it fiercely smashed towards the bone dragon in front of it. The bone dragon's acid mixed with the dragon's breath fell down like rain. The zombie king's soul screamed and hurriedly used all of its strength to condense corpse chi. Its soulless body suddenly flew out and crashed into the bone dragon. Thump! The bone dragon smashed into the king zombie's physical body, while Little Skull's punch punched the king zombie's soul into his physical body. The king zombie desperately entangled the bone dragon. Little Skull pulled out his fist and landed behind the bone dragon like a ghost. The bone dragon was shocked and struggled desperately. However, it was entangled by this ally of his, not giving him any chance at all. One could imagine how depressed the bone dragon was. It roared madly and cursed the king zombie for being shameless. The king zombie, who was frightened by Little Skull, understood that Little Skull's strength was not something he could contend against. Therefore, he wisely chose to surrender. Now was naturally the best time to show his loyalty. "Bone dragon, do you really want to die?" Little Skull stood behind the bone dragon. A bone claw had unknowingly appeared and touched the back of the bone dragon's neck. Chapter 508. The king zombie hugged the bone dragon. When the little skull's voice rang out, he knew he was done for. A fear that penetrated deep into his soul suddenly spread. The next moment, the bone dragon felt as if his soul was imprisoned. The evil power overwhelmed him, and he could not perform any follow-up attacks. The bone dragon's huge body suddenly trembled. A mountain-like gravity pressed down on the back of his neck through the hand pressing down on him. This force was so strong that he could not match it. Under this great force, his entire body had no choice but to be pressed down inch by inch. Han Shuo's divine sense was everywhere. He could clearly sense that the little skull's hand was pressing down on the bone dragon's neck. The huge death aura in the surroundings gathered on the little skull's hand, pressing down on the bone dragon in midair inch by inch, not giving the bone dragon any room to resist. The strength of the little skull that had formed the elemental soul and elemental body was so strong that Han Shuo could not believe it. Even if Han Shuo's divine sense returned to his physical body, he would not be able to do as he pleased in the undead realm like the little skull. The aura of death in the netherworld was extremely dense. The little skeleton formed by the soul of element and body of element could sufficiently mobilize the aura of death to form all kinds of attacks. In the netherworld, this kind of advantage of his was simply overwhelming. It was no wonder that the king zombie and the bone dragon did not even have the power to retaliate in his hands. Until now, Han Shuo, who had been unable to estimate the true strength of the little skull, was certain that the little skull had at least the strength of a demigod. After forming the elemental soul and elemental body, he was only one step away from becoming a true god. Han Shuo suddenly realized that he did not have to worry about the little skull in the undead realm anymore. Bang! The bone dragon, whose neck was pressed all the way to the mountain peak by the little skull, suddenly fell to the ground with its huge body. I surrender, undead king. Finally, the bone dragon expressed the fear in its heart while trembling. Powerful existence, following behind you is our true home. After the zombie king's soul was pressed back into its body by the little skull, it used the omnipresent aura of death to restore its head, which had been smashed by the little skull, and hurriedly expressed its loyalty. Well, it's not easy for you to evolve to this stage. If your soul is destroyed, you will no longer be able to exist, the little skull said in a dignified tone and let go of the bone hand that was pressing on the back of the bone dragon's neck. All of a sudden, little skeleton dashed out like a bolt of lightning and arrived in front of the last bone dragon in an instant. This bone dragon, who had a few of his bones pierced by Little Skull's bone spear, was now desperately trying to escape. It seemed that he already understood that he was no match for Little Skull, so he did not want to get involved in this mess and planned to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the Little Skull's current strength was not something he could contend against, especially when the bone spear in Little Skull's hand was still stuck in the bone dragon's body. A ray of light streaked across the sky, and the little skull had already landed in front of the escaping bone dragon. Before the bone dragon could react, he grabbed the bone spear that was stuck in the bone dragon's body. His purple demon eye shone brightly, and he slowly turned the bone spear in his hand. The bones of the bone dragon made a cracking sound as they shattered one by one. He suddenly howled miserably and struggled in the air, shouting, "Master, great master, I know I was wrong." Unexpectedly, he was also a coward. In the netherworld, survival of the fittest was the rule. When a low-level creature encountered a high-level existence, there were only two choices: to submit, or to be absorbed by the strong. Since the beginning of the netherworld, low-level undead creatures knew how to survive in front of high-level creatures. When this bone dragon realized that he could not even escape, he clearly knew what choice he had to make. "Very well, offer your soul and form a contract with me. From now on, I will be your master, and you will be my slave, until one of us has our soul turned into ashes." The little skull stood in front of the bone dragon and stretched out his hand to make a strange soul contract. A strange oval magical brand suddenly formed between his hands. After the successful release of the soul contract, the bone dragon only hesitated for a moment before obediently offering his soul, which slowly fell into the magical brand between the little skull's hands. The other bone dragon and the king zombie also obediently walked over. Without waiting for the little skull's orders, they voluntarily offered their souls and fell into the magical brand made by the little skull. The souls of the three extremely powerful undead creatures in the netherworld fell into the magical brand between the little skull's hands. At this moment, an evil force suddenly rushed out from the little skull's palms. The soul of element in the little skull's skull also slowly flew out and wrapped around the magical brand bit by bit. A magical contract that even Han Shoror did not know about was suddenly formed. Han Shoror looked at the contact between the four souls and understood that the little skull's soul had completely occupied the dominant role, and did not allow the other three creatures to have the slightest bit of autonomy. Gradually, the soul of element of little skull was returned to the bone dragon. With a sudden hand seal, the souls of the three powerful creatures suddenly fell into their original bodies in 3 straight lines. Master. The 2 bone dragons and the king zombie suddenly prostrated themselves at the feet of the little skull and respectfully called out to the little skull in unison. The 3 powerful undead creatures that came in anger, faced with the little skull who had evolved to a whole new realm, had almost no room for resistance. Just like that, they were forced to enter into a master-slave contract, swearing eternal loyalty to him. Han Shoror had to admit that the little skull was becoming more and more inconceivable. When he recalled how he used to help him throw out the trash every morning, Han Shoror really had an indescribable feeling of sorrow. In just a few short years, Han Shoror had turned from a useless odd-job worker to the lord of a city in the Lancelot Empire, possessing strength comparable to a demigod. In just a few short years, a skinny and useless low-level skeleton warrior had continuously evolved and climbed to the peak that the bone dragon and king zombie willingly submitted to. Sometimes, life was just so inconceivable, so full of changes, so magical. Very good, the 3 of you can be considered tactful. Otherwise, you would have been turned into ashes by now and all traces of your existence would have been completely erased. The little skull's purple demon eye glistened as it looked at the 3 newly recruited slaves prostrating themselves on the ground, proudly narrating the facts. Master, only by following behind you can we advance further. Such a great existence like you will definitely bring us a wider world. The last bone dragon immediately started to flatter. It seemed that he was rather intelligent. Compared to the low-level undead creatures that were everywhere, these powerful existences at the top of the pyramid not only possessed terrifying strength, but their intelligence was also far higher than those low-level undead creatures. Just from their intelligent submission and their somewhat inexperienced flattery, it could be seen that they were all materials that could be molded. Roar, a resonant howl mixed with a sinister and terrifying energy was released from the little skull's body. In an instant, the undead creatures that were prostrating themselves on the ground all stood up one by one. They were like soldiers waiting for their general's orders as they looked at the little skull at the peak of the giant mountain. The undead creatures were very sensitive to levels. The fact that the 3 former kings had suddenly submitted to the little skull was already known to them through language. Now that the little skull that summoned them had proven his strength with unparalleled strength, these undead creatures instinctively felt fear. From today onwards, the 3 of you will continue to command your original subordinates. With this giant mountain as the center, expand to all the surrounding areas. If you encounter an existence that you can't contend against, immediately report to me. The little skull was really like a general commanding thousands of troops and horses as he methodically commanded the power that came out of nowhere. Yes, Master. Your Majesty as a king will be spread to every corner of the undead world by us, the 3 powerful undead creatures said in unison. Good. Take your original subordinates and retreat, the little skull ordered in high spirits. With the little skull's order, the undead creatures that were rushing over as if on a pilgrimage slowly retreated from the top of the giant mountain. The 3 roaring high-level undead creatures once again became the masters of the traitors. They were ready to lead them to charge and break through enemy lines to expand the territory of the little skull. This time, the summoning from the little skull made the undead creatures within a radius of a few hundred miles realize a fact: the little skull was the true king of the undead here. After lying dormant for a long time, the little skull's reappearance this time was indeed shocking. Han Shoror, who had a panoramic view of everything, suddenly realized that the little skull had really changed. Unknowingly, he had become an expert that could no longer be ignored. In the undead world, the little skull was a true king. All the undead creatures had to crawl under his feet. Han Shoror believed that with the little skull's existence, Han Shoror would have an undead army of thousands of men and horses. The more powerful the little skull became in the undead world, the more solid Han Shoror's foundation would become. The little skull that he had unintentionally created had now grown to this extent. Han Shoror was filled with emotion. Chapter 509. The undead creatures that covered the mountains and plains left as quickly as they came. Not long after Little Skull's command was issued, they returned to where they came from. It was only when the mountain returned to its normal state that Little Skull's enormous body shrunk back to its original small and skinny appearance. He looked at Han Shoror and asked, "Father, why have you come?" "I sensed that your soul had fused with the origin crystal of death, so I came to check on your condition. I didn't expect that you have already reached such heights." "Very good," Han Shoror said in a carefree manner. He was genuinely happy for Little Skull. "That's all because of Father's help. Without Father, I wouldn't be where I am now," Little Skull said. By now, Han Shoror was truly no longer worried about Little Skull. Little Skull, who could even subdue the Bone Dragon and the King Zombie, would not be in any danger in the Netherworld as long as he didn't run into any more mysterious and powerful beings. All right. I am truly relieved that you have evolved to your current strength. For the time being, you should properly adapt to your new soul and body. Also, when Little Water and Little Wood come out, supervise them in practicing the penta-elemental undead formation," Han Shoror said. "Don't worry, Father. I know what to do," Little Skull replied. Without lingering, Han Shoror's consciousness traversed through the space-time tunnel and returned to Profound Continent. He regained his consciousness in that secret chamber in the dark forest. After an indeterminate amount of time, Han Shoror stretched his arm and walked away from the secret chamber in the cave, heading deeper into the dark forest. The dark forest was a place one must pass from Kossi Empire to the Valley of Sunshine. The dark forest was a place full of mysteries and oddities. Han Shoror had always been very interested in it. Han Shoror hadn't spent too much time in the dark forest the last time he'd gone to Caesar City. Han Shoror didn't have anything particularly urgent to attend to this time, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry. As he walked in the depths of the dark forest, Han Shoror paid more attention to the things around him. Many strange flowers and plants became Han Shoror's objects of interest. Han Shoror had even obtained several kinds of heavenly treasures in one day. As he sighed inwardly at the wonders of the dark forest, Han Shoror was even more attentive in his travel within the dark forest. For the next few days, Han Shoror stayed in the dark forest and gradually moved towards the deepest parts. In these few days, Han Shoror's harvest was quite bountiful. Not only did he obtain some heavenly treasures, he also discovered several super-rank magical beasts in hiding. Han Shoror didn't make a move against those super-rank magical beasts. He only slightly revealed his demigod strength. These super-rank magical beasts that had lived for God knows how long all wisely stayed far away from Han Shoror, fearing that Han Shoror would suddenly have evil intentions and attack them. The Cemetery of Death was at the edge of the dark forest. Han Shoror had come and gone through the dark forest countless times, but he'd never gone so deep into the dark forest as he was now. The deepest parts of the vast and boundless dark forest had always been synonymous with mystery. For so many years, the number of adventurers and challengers who had come and gone from the dark forest were as many as the hairs on an ox. However, no one dared to say that they had walked through the entire dark forest, and that they could come and go as they pleased in the deepest parts of the dark forest. In the past, on one hand, he didn't have enough strength, and on the other hand, he didn't have much time. Therefore, even though Han Shoror had come to the dark forest many times, he had never seriously and carefully explored the deepest parts of the dark forest. Now that Han Shoror possessed demigod strength, he felt that the depths of the dark forest would no longer threaten his safety. Therefore, he decided to make a trip to the deepest parts of the dark forest. From Kossi Empire's Caesar City to the Valley of Sunshine, one indeed had to pass through the dark forest. However, it was also at the edge of the dark forest. The deepest parts of the dark forest were like a mysterious world. It seemed that no one had ever been able to explore it and know the specific situation within. Very soon, Han Shaw arrived at that forbidden area. Han Shaw clearly remembered his experience with the Golden Dragon and the Cyclops in this place. It was also in this place that Han Shaw obtained the personal notes of the founding experts of Lancelot Empire and saw the bones of all kinds of super-rank magical beasts. Revisiting this place, Han Shaw discovered that this place was no longer the same as before, where there were layers upon layers of obstructive power. Just like other places in the dark forest, this place was overgrown with weeds over the past few years. All kinds of magical beasts lived peacefully here. Even further away, Han Shaw could sense the presence of super-rank magical beasts. However, these super-rank magical beasts were just as quiet and not savage enough to kill in all directions. "Huh!" Han Shaw exclaimed softly. He sensed that there were two super-rank magical beasts fighting a few miles to his left. It seemed that the battle was very intense. Han Shaw, who had originally come here with the intention of sightseeing, headed to the battle area after hearing the news. Not long after, he saw a beautiful unicorn fighting a Cyclops. With just a glance, Han Shaw recognized the Cyclops. It was the same one he had encountered in the forbidden area. Unicorns were known as the purest of magical beasts. Their horns had the miraculous effect of purifying evil and detoxifying all poisons. The unicorn was as fast as lightning and could skillfully control lightning and wind magic. Beneath its beautiful appearance was a body that was not inferior to that of the dragon race. This unicorn ought to be an adult. Its single horn flickered with a dazzling 7-colored divine light. One moment, it was pure white like jade, and the next moment, it was multicolored. Coupled with its ethereal figure, it was simply like a vivid work of art. This beautiful unicorn was bouncing about in the lush, ancient trees. With a single step, it could cross dozens of meters. As its horn shone with a beautiful luster, arcs of lightning and blades of wind fell unceremoniously on the Cyclops that Han Shaw had encountered before. The colossal Cyclops was actually unable to gain the upper hand in a battle against the unicorn that could be said to be more refined. Rays of magic fell on the Cyclops, and the Cyclops had no choice but to defend in a flurry. Although it possessed boundless power, it wasn't as agile as the unicorn. Not a single one of its attacks could truly land on the unicorn. Instead, it was the loser that was at a disadvantage. Han Shaw watched for a while and found it very interesting. He didn't expect this unicorn to be so miraculous. Such a beautiful and powerful unicorn. If I could capture it and gift it to Fanny and Phoebe, they would definitely be ecstatic. Han Shaw suddenly had this thought. Soon after, Han Shaw suddenly realized that of the 3 women, Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny, only Fanny hadn't obtained any particularly valuable treasures from him. He had gifted Phoebe the divine artifact Starry Sky, and Emily had not only obtained the demigod Aamike Cotton's letter and staff from him, but also an origin crystal of darkness. Instead, it was Fanny who had never obtained anything from him. As he thought of this, Han Shaw suddenly felt guilty. When he returned this time, no matter what, he had to gift Fanny a valuable treasure. Otherwise, wouldn't it show that he was biased? Not only did the unicorn have a flawless and beautiful appearance, but it also possessed miraculous power. Probably no woman could resist such a magical pet. Thus, Han Shaw planned to capture it no matter what and force it to form a contract with Fanny. This could be considered as making up for all the years he had owed Fanny. The unicorn really was a rather intelligent super-rank magical beast. When Han Shaw, who had been lurking in the shadows, was within 300 meters of it, it had already sensed him. Then, several arcs of lightning shot towards Han Shaw. Han Shaw was stunned, thinking that this unicorn was a restless little fellow. He reached out with both hands and pulled, and the lightning bolts were like thin threads that had been torn apart, shattering and disappearing. Seeing that he had been discovered, Han Shaw decided not to hide anymore. He walked out from behind a towering ancient tree, chuckling as he looked at the vigilant unicorn in front of him. He revealed a seemingly amiable smile and greeted, "Hi, Before Han Shoror could say anything, yet another few bolts of lightning and a large field of wind blades whizzed over. Han Shoror forced a smile and continued to stretch out his hand to shoot at the sky, shattering the attacks unleashed by the unicorn. Suddenly, the Cyclops cried out in surprise, "Oh, it's you, mighty demigod existence." This wasn't the first time the Cyclops had seen Han Shoror. Last time in the Forbidden Land, Han Shoror had absorbed a large amount of energy and entered a demonic state, leaving an unforgettable impression on the Cyclops. At that time, the Cyclops had misunderstood Han Shoror's power, and had taken the powerful Han Shoror to be a demigod existence. After a few years, when they met again, Han Shoror indeed possessed the power of a demigod. He was no longer a demigod that needed to borrow external power to become stronger. Thus, this time, the Cyclops calmly acknowledged the way the Cyclops addressed Han Shoror. He chuckled and said to the Cyclops, "Long time no see. What's wrong? Did you run into some trouble? This unicorn is really difficult to deal with. I only took a few stones from its territory, and it chased me relentlessly. What a troublesome fellow," the Cyclops complained with a crying face. As Han Shoror and the Cyclops spoke, the unicorn's gem-like eyes stared at Han Shoror and the Cyclops. It seemed to think that Han Shoror was the Cyclops' friend, and it quickly fled like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. After 2 missed attacks, the unicorn clearly knew that Han Shoror was even more terrifying than the Cyclops, so it didn't dare to stay. What a clever little fellow. Chapter 5:10. Unfortunately, its opponent this time wasn't the Cyclops. Although the Cyclops was large, it couldn't catch up to the unicorn. However, Han Shoror was clearly much faster than the Cyclops. Han Shoror immediately ignored the Cyclops and chased after the unicorn as soon as he saw the unicorn turn around and flee. Han Shoror hadn't even used his full strength, but his speed had already surpassed that of the unicorn. When the unicorn had only leaped a few hundred meters, he suddenly blocked its path like lightning. Generally speaking, if one wanted to keep a magical beast as a magical pet, they first had to have the power to make it look at you seriously. Only humans who could display power that could convince it would have the right to communicate with it. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter what they said. Thus, Han Shoror didn't hesitate at all. After blocking the unicorn's path with a speed faster than it, he immediately released 2 necromancy spells, the Boundary of Weakness and the Boundary of Fear. Han Shoror very skillfully enveloped a large area. Much to Han Shoror's surprise, the Boundary of Weakness and the Boundary of Fear affected many magical beasts of all levels in the area. However, the unicorn still ran as if it was flying, leaping dozens of meters with a single leap. It turned around and prepared to flee in another direction. The unicorn's spotlessly white horn shone with a strange luster. A pure and holy power flowed out from its horn, seemingly purifying the Boundary of Weakness and the Boundary of Fear. It was actually not affected by the 2 enchantments at all. Han Shoror was startled, but soon came to his senses. The horn of a unicorn was incomparably bizarre. It had the effect of purifying evil energy. It seemed that the Boundary of Weakness and the Boundary of Fear were also within the range of purification. Seeing that the Boundary of Fear and the Boundary of Weakness were useless, Han Shoror wasn't discouraged. In the blink of an eye, he once again blocked the unicorn's path. This time, Han Shoror didn't use necromancy spells. He directly stuck close to the unicorn, and before it could react, he grabbed at it with lightning speed. The unicorn wasn't afraid of the Cyclops, and it even used magic to ravage the Cyclops. However, when it faced Han Shoror, it didn't have any courage. It was smart enough to sense Han Shoror's power, and it knew that it couldn't compete with Han Shoror, so it turned around and left. When Han Shoror reached out to grab it, its slender and bright eyes rolled around. Its front hooves kicked the ground and it changed direction again. It looked like it was determined to escape. "Hehe, you think you can escape?" Han Shoror laughed mockingly. Just as the unicorn was about to leave the range of his 2 hands, his arms suddenly elongated like a sponge, pressing down on the unicorn's waist with lightning speed. When the running unicorn was grabbed by Han Shoror's 2 hands, it suddenly felt as if it had been shackled by 2 iron shackles. That kind of strength wasn't something it could resist, and its body was forcibly locked down, unable to move. The wind blades and lightning bolts shot towards Han Shoror with no regard for their lives. At such a close distance, Han Shoror couldn't dodge and had no choice but to deploy a protective barrier. A series of crackling sounds rang out, but Han Shoror didn't move an inch within the protective barrier, completely unaffected by the wind blades and lightning attacks. Once the unicorn understood that its attacks were useless against Han Shoror, it quickly gave up on its futile attacks. It hung its head dejectedly, and 2 lines of pitiful tears suddenly appeared in its gem-like eyes. It turned its head to look pitifully at Han Shoror. "I beg you, let me go." The unicorn spoke in a clear and melodious female voice. The beautiful voice was incomparably moving, giving rise to a pleasant sense of beauty in the heart. Han Shoror was startled, not expecting the unicorn's voice to be so melodious. However, Han Shoror's mind was firm, and he clearly wouldn't let the unicorn go just because of its melodious voice. He still held the unicorn tightly and said with a smile, "I can let you go, but you must agree to become someone's magic pet." "Absolutely not. Then just kill me." When the unicorn heard that it would become a magic pet, its melodious voice resolutely refused. "All right then, I'll kill you right now and pull out your horn." "Heh, your horn must be worth a fortune." Han Shoror laughed coldly as he threatened. He used one hand to gesture on the unicorn's horn, as if considering how to make a move. Wait, I can give you treasures, as long as you're willing to let me go." The unicorn was obviously not as unafraid of death as it had just displayed. When it saw Han Shoror's hand gesture on its horn, it hurriedly made another noise. "Treasures? Heh, do you think a person like me would care about your treasures?" Han Shoror laughed involuntarily and slapped a hand on the unicorn's body. Magical yuan floated within its body like a spider's web, forcibly restraining the unicorn with magical yuan. Han Shoror let go and chuckled as he walked in front of the unicorn. He looked up and down the pitiful unicorn and began to entice it. "Actually, it's not bad to be my woman's magic pet. She'll definitely take good care of you. It's better than staying in this desolate forest. In addition, the human world is truly rich and colorful. There are beautiful things that you can't even imagine. A pure and holy existence like you will only be appreciated in the human world. The magical creatures of the dark forest will never know of your beauty. You must know." Looking at the unicorn, Han Shoror's voice was full of enticement as he spoke slowly. His voice was laced with the bewitching siren, using the unicorn's beauty to entice it and repeatedly emphasizing the splendor of the human world. Under the threat of Han Shoror's life on one hand, and the enticement of the human world on the other, the inexperienced unicorn's pitiful eyes gradually turned into curiosity, as if it had already been moved by Han Shoror's suggestion. It blinked at Han Shoror and spoke after a while. "Is the human world really as beautiful as you say?" "Of course. I promise." Han Shoror was resolute and decisive as he continued to bluff like a charlatan. "There are many beautiful things in the human world that you've never seen before. Only when you're in the human world will your beauty be appreciated by others. With my protection, no one will dare have ill intentions towards you. I can even help you evolve once more. As long as you agree to become my woman's magical pet, you'll discover that the human world is your true paradise." The unicorn obviously understood that it had fallen into Han Shoror's hands and had no other choice. On one hand, it was afraid of Han Shoror's death threat, and on the other hand, it was truly a bit curious about the human world. Its bright, gem-like eyes blinked for a while and no longer hesitated, nodding pitifully. Before Han Shoror could rejoice, the unicorn suddenly started haggling again. "However, I want to choose my own master. It must be a woman, not a dirty man like you. Don't worry, it'll definitely be a beauty. You'll like her." Han Shoror guaranteed with a chuckle, thinking that there would still be room for bargaining once you arrived in human society. Human society is naturally colorful, but you'll quickly understand the viciousness of human hearts. "All right then, I promise you. Let me go," the unicorn said dejectedly, looking like it had already accepted its fate. "I'll first remove a portion of my power from your body, but I'll still leave something in your body to prevent you from taking the opportunity to escape." As Han Shoror spoke, he removed a portion of his power and patted the unicorn, saying, "I've left an imprint in your body. No matter where you hide, I'll be able to find you, so you'd better know your place." "Got it." The unicorn replied in resignation, muttering softly, "What a despicable fellow. I hope my master isn't such a despicable and evil fellow. Otherwise, I'd rather die than live with such a despicable and evil fellow." Han-Shoror listened to the unicorn's mutterings and didn't say anything else. Just at this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps slowly approached, and the shadow of an enormous creature gradually appeared in the distance. The Cyclops slowly approached and walked to Han-Shoror's side. Seeing the unicorn standing obediently in front of Han-Shoror, he asked with some surprise, "Why has it suddenly become obedient?" "Of course, so what if it's not obedient?" Han-Shoror said with a smile, then looked the Cyclops up and down, wondering if the Cyclops had any value. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the dark forest. The direction of the sound was very far from where Han-Shoror was. Something big must have happened for it to be so loud from so far away. The unicorn and the Cyclops had obviously heard the sound as well. Fear appeared in their eyes, as if they were afraid of the commotion in the depths of the dark forest. "Do you know what's in the depths?" Han-Shoror asked with a frown when he saw their fearful expressions. "I don't know, but I saw an enormous dragon enter there a few days ago. That dragon was as strong as you are, and should be a powerful level 5 creature." The unicorn replied with some trepidation. It was only level 3, and a level 5 dragon was equivalent to a demigod in the human world. The unicorn was obviously a bit afraid of a level 5 dragon. "I don't dare go in either, but there seem to be many powerful creatures entering recently. Something big seems to have happened in there." The Cyclops also replied. "Oh." Han-Shoror started, then said thoughtfully, "Then I'll have to go in and take a look." "Unicorn, stay here, I'll come back for you." Han-Shoror ignored the unicorn as soon as he finished speaking and flew straight into the depths of the dark forest. Chapter 5:11. In the depths of the dark forest, ancient trees towered into the sky, the fragrance of flowers and grass filled the air, and streams flowed through the hills. It was a beautiful scene full of vitality. At a glance, one could only see strange flowers and rare herbs everywhere, each of which would be priceless outside. Loud rumbling sounds came from even further in, as if the sky was collapsing, giving people a strong sense of shock. As Han-Shoror ventured deeper, he suddenly discovered that there were many more complex and profound magical boundaries. These magical boundaries were not very destructive, and were purely to prevent outsiders from entering. Lines of magical lines that resembled spiderwebs formed a huge abstract magical pattern that filled a large area. This magical pattern covered a large part of the sky, forming a wave-like force that pushed out anyone who entered. It was obvious that this enormous magical pattern was man-made. The person who set up this enormous magical pattern probably did not have any malicious intentions. The waves of force that pushed people out were not particularly violent and wild, but rather gentle and slow. Han-Shoror was in the center, and he only felt waves of great force surging towards him, as if he was being pushed by hundreds of barbaric men. The power was beyond Han-Shoror's imagination. It was a good thing that Han-Shoror's strength was astonishing, and his body that had been tempered by demonic arts for many years was proof of his valiant strength. No matter how great the force assaulted his body, Han-Shoror still made his way in bit by bit. In such a place, the range of Han-Shoror's consciousness was strangely limited, and he could only faintly sense the movements within a few miles. The more it was like this, the more curious Han-Shoror became about the depths of the dark forest. He steeled his heart and decided to explore the depths. The power formed by the enormous spiderweb-like magical formation was unable to stop Han-Shoror. Relying on the strength of his body and the strangeness of his demonic arts, Han-Shoror walked deeper step by step. Suddenly, the powerful force that surged towards him disappeared completely. Han-Shoror immediately understood that he had passed through the magical formation, and he gazed into the distance. A rippling emerald lake suddenly entered Han-Shoror's eyes. The emerald lake was like a large piece of smooth jade, clear, clean, and beautiful. Looking at the emerald lake in front of him, Han-Shoror was stunned. He didn't think that there would be such a clean emerald lake in the depths of the dark forest. What puzzled Han Shoror was that there were no fishes or prawns in the emerald lake, not even seaweed. This was very strange. Han Shoror took a step forward and was shocked. He had just walked out of the spiderweb-like magical formation, and he suddenly felt the gravity around him increase by dozens of times. In such an area where gravity had increased, if two people were to fight, the one with the stronger body would have the upper hand. If a magus wanted to use the levitation spell to fly in this area, they would need to expend dozens of times more mental strength than usual. Even a sacred magus might not be able to stay in the air for long periods of time. Such a strange area made Han Shoror very curious as to who set it up. Although the gravity here had increased by dozens of times, it wasn't a problem for Han Shoror. He used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to slowly soar into the air, moving at a much slower speed towards the Emerald Lake. Although the gravity was strong, Han Shoror could still withstand it. He just had to expend a lot more energy than usual. However, just when Han Shoror arrived above the Emerald Lake, a gust of wind suddenly came from afar. Before Han Shoror could react, an enormous silver dragon suddenly appeared above the Emerald Lake. This enormous silver dragon didn't seem to be affected by the gravity of this place, or perhaps the gravity here was set up by him. He stood proudly in front of Han Shoror and coldly sized up Han Shoror. The enormous silver dragon sized up Han Shoror for a while and suddenly said, "Get back. This isn't a place you should enter." This enormous silver dragon's body was over 20 meters long. His body shone with a hard luster like that of iron and stone. Coupled with his unswerving eyes, he looked rather valiant and powerful. "What's inside? Hihi, I'm very curious." Han Shoror also sized up the enormous silver dragon. He didn't mind the dragon's cold obstruction and only asked curiously, "This isn't something you should know. Human, leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will regret it." The enormous silver dragon seemed to be a bit impatient. His enormous body continuously twisted above the Emerald Lake. His cold voice was filled with the arrogance of a high-ranking race. The dragon race had always been very arrogant. They believed that they were the noblest race. Other than that, humans, elves, orcs, and other races were all treated as inferior races. This arrogance had existed since ancient times. Just like how the forest troll liked to be greedy and the dark elves liked to be lascivious, it was deeply ingrained in their subconscious. However, Han Shoror clearly wasn't afraid of him. At this level, Han Shoror's strength far surpassed that of most enormous dragons. Han Shoror chuckled as he looked at the arrogant enormous silver dragon. His eyes narrowed into slits as he said with some toughness, "What if I insist on going in? Then, I'll throw you out right now." The enormous silver dragon snorted coldly. The arrogance unique to the dragon race spat out from his fist-sized nostrils. His enormous body twisted a bit. In this area where the gravity was tens of times stronger, a hurricane suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it appeared next to Han Shoror. The hurricane's power pulled at Han Shoror and forcefully flung him out. In this area where the gravity was tens of times stronger, normal people would find it difficult to walk. Seeing that Han Shoror could fly above the Emerald Lake, he naturally thought that Han Shoror was a magician using levitation. With his many years of experience guarding this place, the more a magician used levitation to fly, the harder it would be for them to resist the suction of the hurricane. The enormous silver dragon coldly sized up Han Shoror. In his eyes, Han Shoror was like a puppet that could be manipulated by the hurricane. When the hurricane formed, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Han Shoror being flung out of the Emerald Lake and falling back into the spider web magic formation. "Hihi, do you really think that you can do whatever you want after laying down this gravity barrier?" Han Shoror disdainfully looked at the enormous silver dragon. When the hurricane arrived, his entire body shone with a black light, as if his body had turned into a thick cocoon. Whoosh whoosh. The hurricane enveloped Han Shoror, and a huge pulling force suddenly attacked his body. However, contrary to the expectations of the enormous silver dragon, Han Shoror did not fall. He was not affected by the hurricane at all. "Good, you really are not an ordinary human," the enormous silver dragon praised. With a twist of his body, his long tail suddenly swept over. The hurricane was useless. The enormous silver dragon clearly saw Han as an opponent worthy of his attention. This time, he began to use the tyrannical strength of the dragon race to stop Han. Good. Han laughed. He stood there unmoving like a mountain. Suddenly, he extended his hands and made a strange hand seal. Suddenly, a surging force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas exploded from between Han hands. It took the form of a towering stone pillar and fiercely bombarded the enormous silver dragon's tail. The enormous silver dragon's body was also famous for its tyrannical strength. Even a 1,000-year-old tree would be cut in half by the swing of its tail. But Han only needed to make a hand seal before a huge force rushed out. Before the dragon's tail could reach Han, the enormous force from Han palms had already landed solidly on the enormous silver dragon's tail. The enormous silver dragon felt as if his tail had lashed a towering mountain. Not only was it unable to shake the mountain, but his tail was burning with pain. Once Han made a move, he would always seize the opportunity to not give his opponent a chance to counterattack. His body, under the high-speed circulation of demonic yuan, suddenly sped up. Before the enormous silver dragon could react from the pain of his tail, he suddenly discovered that the human had unknowingly appeared on his enormous body. Boom! A punch landed directly on the enormous silver dragon's body. That terrifying force surged again, and his enormous body actually seemed to be unable to withstand it. Too powerful. Was this really a human? The enormous silver dragon was greatly shocked. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Taking advantage of the moment when Han punch was delayed, he suddenly fled deeper into the lake, no longer daring to clamor at Han. Han didn't stop him. He calmly followed behind the enormous silver dragon, heading deeper into the lake. He had just crossed Lake Kui when the gravitational pull suddenly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Han extended his consciousness and was suddenly overwhelmed with shock. He looked at the scene in front of him with a grave expression. A spectacle had appeared in the sky directly in front of Han. Bolts of lightning were motionless in the sky. At a glance, the clear sky seemed to have been forcibly torn into pieces by these static bolts of lightning. Amidst the crackling sounds, faint clouds of smoke floated in the sky. The sky, which was supposed to be blue and flawless, looked as if it had been torn apart by the rolling smoke and the meandering lightning. Many shining door-shaped wonders were strangely formed in the sky. All kinds of colorful turbulence were creating a beautiful scene behind the door. There were a total of 7 gates. Each gate had a powerful creature residing in it. Other than the creatures that were continuously dying in one of the gates at the edge, the other 6 were all demigods. There were 2 dragons that were 40 to 50 meters long. One was silver, and the other was gold. They were both rank 5 existences. 2 were 30 meters tall and incomparably huge titans that also possessed demigod strength. There were also 2 barbaric beastmen with green skin and strange clothing. It seemed that one was a beastman warrior and the other was a beastman shaman. These 6 creatures of different races were currently stationed in one of the gates. They seemed to be defending against some unknown enemy with all their might. Because they were releasing their power to their heart's content, Han could clearly see the power they possessed. 6 demigods, and all of them were from different races. How terrifying was this power! Below the sky was a vast canyon. There were more than a dozen mountain-like titans and more than 20 dragons. They all looked nervous and solemn as they looked up at the changes in the sky. Legend had it that the titans had the power to contend with gods. This was a race that had been passed down since ancient times, but ordinary humans had never seen them before. The hill giants that Han had seen before, as well as the Cyclops, were very strong and tall, but they paled in comparison to the titans. Legend had it that the titans were the favorites of the earth. They had always been said to be the most powerful creatures in the world. They had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, and had the power to directly confront gods. The legends about the titans quickly went through Han mind. In the past, Han hadn't believed in the legends about the titans. But now, just by looking at their enormous size, He immediately understood that the legends were probably true. A single titan of this size could probably flatten an entire city. Roar! A furious roar suddenly sounded from Tanai in the canyon. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment and hastily turned to look at the canyon. He saw a primordious dragon over 100 meters long coiling around a mountain peak. This primordious dragon was the largest Han Shoror had ever seen. The energy coming from the primordious dragon made Han Shoror's heart palpitate. The primordious dragon was a widely circulated legend on Profound Continent. Han Shoror knew that since ancient times, there were legends about the primordious dragon guarding Profound Continent. It was said that the primordious dragons silently maintained order on Profound Continent. Whenever something threatened the lives of all the races on Profound Continent, the primordious dragons would come out to maintain order and keep the continent stable. With just one look, Han Shoror was certain that this 100-meter-long primordious dragon was the legendary primordious dragon. The mighty aura coming from this primordious dragon was even more powerful than that of the saintess he encountered on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Han Shoror believed that even the six-horned tribal king of the soul race would not be a match for this primordious dragon. Without a doubt, this primordious dragon possessed the terrifying strength of a true god. Chapter 5:12. The primordious dragon coiled on top of the mountain peak stretched his neck towards the sky and breathed out beams of blazing dragon breath. Terrifying draconic might emanated from his dragon breath, as though it had the power to tear space apart. Under the primordious dragon's breath, the 7 dazzling door-shaped wonders in the sky seemed to be firmly suppressed by this power. They constantly transformed and seemed to be slowly healing up. 6 of the 7 door-shaped wonders in the sky were guarded by demigod creatures. They seemed to be doing their utmost to resist the invasion of some ferocious creature. Han Shoror could see from their backs that they were resisting with all their might. There was only one door at the edge that didn't have a demigod of the same level guarding it. There was a rank 4 golden dragon standing guard inside. No one knew how powerful the creature he had encountered was. The body of the dragon clan, which was said to be the strongest in the dragon clan, was tossing and turning inside the door as blood spurted out. It was obvious that this rank 4 golden dragon couldn't withstand the creature inside the door at all, and was paying the price in the confrontation. Han Shoror observed for a moment and discovered that there seemed to be another strange world behind the 7 doors that had appeared in the sky. It was as though there was no way to know what was behind the door unless one entered it. One could only see long streaks of light streaking across like shooting stars. 7 doors, 7 creatures, 6 of which were demigod existences, were desperately resisting some kind of terrifying threat. A primordious dragon who had lived for God knows how many years was using his divine energy to calm the changes happening to the 7 doors. He was attempting to slowly heal the 7 doors so as to prevent something that could threaten the entire Profound Continent from entering the continent through the 7 doors. Han Shoror's expression was grave as he looked at the changes in the sky. His heart was filled with a strong sense of curiosity. He was full of interest towards the scenery behind the 7 doors. He kept guessing what kind of creature it was that insisted on barging in without a care for anything. After entering the carnal realm, Han Shoror came into contact with some of the most powerful existences on Profound Continent and gradually came to understand some of their secrets. From the scene before his eyes, Han Shoror was certain that the 7 doors led to another plane of existence. The primordious dragon and the 6 demigod existences were desperately resisting the creatures to prevent them from tearing the passageway apart. The titans and the primordious dragon are indeed silently contributing to Profound Continent, thought Han Shoror. Human, what are you trying to do? While Han Shoror was observing his surroundings with a solemn expression, an angry dragon roar suddenly came from the mouth of the silver dragon that Han Shoror was chasing. It was obvious that this silver dragon was very angry, and it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. After the silver dragon's furious roar sounded, the titans and dragons around Tanai in the Great Gorge no longer looked at the battlefield in the sky. Instead, they all stared at Han Shoror. Over a dozen titans and over 20 WMS would be enough to make a country rise in power in any country. There were so many powerful creatures that had existed since ancient times, and all of them were staring at him. An invisible pressure suddenly pressed down on him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Compared to the 6 demigods in the sky, the titans and dragons of Tarnai of the Great Gorge did not have demigod strength. But even so, the deterrence of over 40 colossal beings suddenly glaring at him was still very frightening. "Human, what are you trying to do by trespassing?" The giant silver dragon roared again when he saw that Hanshor didn't respond. He seemed to be a little impatient. 2 of the titans near Hanshor were sizing up Hanshor with vigilance as they slowly approached Hanshor. It seemed that if Hanshor said anything unfavorable to them, they would immediately strike and smash Hanshor into a meat patty. "Hey! Why are you here?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from a distant golden dragon. This golden dragon that was originally extremely far away from Hanshor quickly flew over and looked at Hanshor in astonishment. You're Cedric?" Hanshor stared blankly at this golden dragon. He felt that this was the golden dragon Cedric that he had seen a few times in the past, so he asked tentatively, "It's me, Cedric. Don't you remember?" Sure enough, it was Cedric, and he cried out in surprise. There were over 20 dragons in Tarnai of the Great Gorge. Not a single one of them had transformed into human form. Their enormous bodies were entrenched there, and half of them were golden dragons. Cedric hadn't transformed into his human form, so he didn't look special at all when he landed in the middle. It was only natural that Hanshor didn't recognize him. When he heard that it was Cedric, Hanshor took another look at the Great Gorge and suddenly realized that this was the legendary Dragon Valley. Seeing that he had met someone familiar, Hanshor let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "So it's Cedric. Heh, long time no see. I came here purely for an adventure. I heard the rumbling in the sky and rushed over out of curiosity. I didn't expect to see such a spectacle. What's going on? Cedric, do you know this human?" The giant silver dragon, who had suffered a small loss at Hanshor's hands, looked at Cedric, who had rushed over excitedly, and asked in puzzlement. "Yes, I've also told you that a human knight robbed me of my treasures and even injured me. It's all thanks to him. He was the one who helped me, and last time, in the Forbidden Land, he was the one who destroyed the boundary that never dissipated. We're friends, and nothing will happen to us," Cedric explained to the silver dragon. When he said this, the 2 titans and the silver dragon no longer looked at Hanshor with hostility. However, the silver dragon that had suffered at Hanshor's hands still snorted coldly and said, "The battle has reached a critical juncture. No matter who it is, we cannot let him enter the space-time discontinuum." "I understand," Cedric replied. Then, he turned to Hanshor and said, "We are fighting for the safety of Profound Continent. Some evil beings from other planes of existence are attempting to enter our world through this special space-time discontinuum. Our race of dragons and titans are doing everything in our power to fend off these evil beings from other planes of existence." Having watched for so long, Hanshor could roughly understand what was going on without Cedric's explanation. As self-proclaimed guardians of the continent, the titans and the primordious dragons were obviously fighting with all their might for the safety of the continent. Hanshor didn't even need to look closely to feel the danger of the battle. All those titans and dragons had grave expressions on their faces. Most of them even had solemn expressions in their eyes. This was a clear indication of the cruelty of the battle. At such a critical juncture, any external factor would be enough to change the course of the battle. It was only natural that they would seal off the surroundings to prevent those with unknown identities from entering. "Not good, Valal can't hold on much longer," a green dragon suddenly cried out in alarm. Following the gazes of the crowd, Hanshor discovered that among the 7 gates in the sky, the only golden dragon that didn't possess demigod strength was on the verge of collapse amidst a sea of lightning bolts. Blood was spurting out of his body. He was on the verge of death. The dragons of Tarnai in the Great Gorge all had mournful looks in their eyes. They silently sighed for the dying dragon warrior. "Next, get ready." An aged sigh came from the mouth of the primordious dragon coiled on top of the mountain peak. His voice was so desolate and helpless, as though he couldn't bear the sorrow of parting. "I'll go." The silver dragon that Hanshor had chased all the way here suddenly let out a high-pitched roar. He had the vigor of one who was ready to die. "You're not strong enough. You dragons have sacrificed one. It's our turn to fill the gap." Before the silver dragon could move, a 30-meter-tall titan in the middle of the gorge shouted with a thunderous voice. This titan was currently the tallest among the titans in the middle of the gorge. He seemed to be the most powerful one as well. He had already started moving the moment his thunderous voice rang out. He stomped his giant leg, and his body shot out like a bolt of lightning as the ground trembled like an earthquake. The golden dragon's body suddenly shattered into pieces, turning into a rain of blood that rained down on the unknown spacetime turbulence. The moment the golden dragon disappeared, the titan's body coincidentally arrived at the gate. At this moment, something strange happened. No one knew if the gate suddenly enlarged, or if the titan's body suddenly shrunk. The titan, who shouldn't have been able to merge into the gate, seemed to have been stretched and twisted, merging into the gate in an extremely abstract manner. As soon as the titan's body entered the gate that had been constantly expanding miraculously returned to normal. From what Han Shoror could see, the titan seemed to be fighting with some sort of invisible creature after entering the world of light. He was punching and kicking with his hands and feet. Han Shoror focused his attention and observed carefully, but he couldn't figure out what was going on inside. All he could see was the bizarre scene of light flying everywhere. His consciousness couldn't detect any trace of the existence of any strange creatures either. This was very unusual and illogical. However, from what Cedric had said, Han Shoror knew that the place seemed to be some space-time discontinuum. There were always many unimaginable and bizarre things happening in the region of space-time discontinuum. Han Shoror gradually came to a realization. Although the Titan could enter Han Shoror's eyes, he was in the space-time discontinuum, perhaps a great distance away from the profound continent. The range of Han Shoror's consciousness was limited. It was only natural that he couldn't sense the Titan with his consciousness. The third one. "I wonder how many more we have to fill in." Sigh. An elderly green dragon sighed. Han Shoror's brows were deeply knitted as he looked at the Titan who had charged into the gate without hesitation. He knew that the Titan would be throwing his life away in vain. This Titan wasn't much weaker than the golden dragon who had just died. That golden dragon didn't last long before being torn apart. It was likely that this Titan would suffer the same fate. Despite knowing that it was a dead end, the Titan still rushed in without a care for his own safety. Han Shoror couldn't help but feel some respect for them. For the safety of the millions upon millions of lives on Profound Continent, these Titans and dragons that had existed since ancient times had always been guarding this place, silently making great sacrifices without regard for their own lives. This kind of spirit indeed made Han Shoror feel deep veneration for them. Although the race of giant dragons were arrogant by nature and had always considered themselves to be a superior race, it could be seen from this incident that these dragons did have some redeeming qualities. Without their silent protection, who knew what Profound Continent would be like by now? "Cedric, what's going on?" Han Shoror's spontaneous respect and curiosity about what was behind that gate gave Han Shoror a few more ideas. This space-time discontinuum has existed in the depths of the Dark Forest since ancient times. We don't know how it came into being, but it constantly changes with time and space, often forming interplanar passages that connect to our Profound Continent. We, the race of giant dragons and the race of titans, have always guarded this place to prevent the arrival of evil beings from other planes of existence. Ever since I was born, over the long 2,000 years, we have experienced over 100 changes in the space-time discontinuum. Most of the interplanar passages that formed were located in the vast and harmless starry sky. Only a dozen or so of them connected to other material planes. However, those connections didn't cause too many disputes. There were 3 times when they were attacked by experts from other planes of existence, but they were all easily intercepted by us. Coincidentally, this time, the space-time discontinuum actually formed in the abyss where the demons were entrenched. When those powerful demons sensed the formation of this interplanar passage, they immediately snuck their way over. At first, there were only some weak demons that tried to barge in, but they were quickly disposed of by us. It was precisely because of this that we thought it would be the same as the previous few times, and didn't really take this time's threat to heart. Who knew that from the day before yesterday, there would be continuous attacks from high-level demons? Yesterday, even more powerful demons joined the fray. Only then did we realize the severity of the situation. We immediately sent word to experts from all over the continent, hoping that they could work together to resist the invasion of the demons. However, due to our previous negligence, the message was delivered a little too late. Only 2 demigod existences of the orc race, who happened to be cultivating in the depths of the dark forest, joined in the resistance against the demons. It's just that this time, a total of 7 interplanar passages were formed, and those demons were extremely powerful. Only demigod existences could barely resist them. We only have 6 demigod existences on our side, so we have to take turns defending the last door. So far, 3 of us have already died. The Primordius Dragon has to use his divine energy to alter the formation of the spacetime discontinuum and simply doesn't have the energy to take care of that door. Furthermore, due to the special formation of each interplanar passage, we can only send 1 creature to defend it. If this goes on, who knows how many people we will have to sacrifice to quell the invasion of the demons this time. Let's not even talk about quelling it. It's already a problem whether or not we can withstand it. Look, even the 6 demigod existences are showing signs of fatigue. If the Primordius Dragon can't change the direction of the spacetime discontinuum or seal it in a short period of time, I'm afraid that this time, Profound Continent will have to face a destructive attack from the demons of the abyss. The giant silver dragon that had previously exchanged blows with Han Shor shook his enormous head and appeared very pessimistic. Rumble. A thunderous rumble came from the dimensional passageway that had just entered the Titan Giant's dimension. Inside the interplanar passage, multicolored rays of light shot out like the most gorgeous fireworks. There was a soul-stirring beauty to it. However, the Titan that had just charged into the interplanar passage seemed to have been caught unprepared. For some unknown reason, numerous wounds had opened up on its tough body and fresh blood dripped down like a fine rain. This is bad. That interplanar passage has also been joined by high-level demons. Damn it, could it be that Profound Continent really can't avoid this calamity? The Primordius Dragon suddenly let out a sorrowful sigh. His draconic breath sped up and blazing lights interweaved. His divine energy enveloped the spacetime discontinuum. It seemed that he was ready to go all out. What do we do? What do we do? Cedric was incomparably anxious. Like a headless fly, his enormous head swayed back and forth. Suddenly, Cedric cried out in surprise. His fist-sized dragon eyes fell on Han Shor. He cried out in pleasant surprise, "Great Primordius Dragon, he is also a demigod expert." Upon hearing those words, all the titans and dragons in Tanai of the Great Gorge turned their attention to Han Shor. It seems that I can still be the savior of the Profound Continent for a while, Han Shor thought to himself. He was about to seek the Primordius Dragon's opinion when he suddenly heard another rumble. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the Titan who had just entered had a body full of gashes and gashes. Blood was splattering all over the unknown spacetime tunnel in trickles. Han Shor was full of curiosity about the scene inside. With the thought of retreating as soon as possible if he couldn't withstand the attack, he transformed into a leaping bolt of lightning and passed through the door in an instant, landing in that strange, unknown space. As soon as Han Shor entered, he was shocked by what he saw. Chapter 513. At a glance, all he saw were strange creatures that he had never seen before. These creatures filled the entire grey space, each bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws as they ferociously pounced over. These abyssal demons varied in size. The tall ones were more than 10 meters tall, and the short ones were only the size of a palm. They were of all colors, and each one was ferocious and terrifying. Their mouths were filled with fangs, and there was a foul stench flowing out of them. Some abyssal demons not only had a foul stench coming out of their mouths, but their bodies also flowed with thick pus. They were just like the aliens in the sci-fi movies that Han Shor had seen before. They were ugly, ferocious, and disgusting, causing people to instinctively loathe them, wishing they could wipe them all out. In front of Han Shor was an abyssal demon that was more than 10 meters tall. It looked like a giant sarcoma, and its ugly body was not only overflowing with pus, but it was also swelling as if there were small abyssal demons inside its body that were about to break free at any time. It only had one huge green eye that was filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty desire. These small abyssal demons were the size of beetles, but they emitted corrosive smoke. They swarmed toward Hanshoro by the hundreds. They squeaked, and their small and sharp teeth were grinding like saws. They were like a group of poisonous locusts, and just looking at them made one's scalp tingle. This was a strange space that Hanshoro couldn't imagine. It was grey and empty, and he was at a crossroads that the abyssal demons had to pass through. Meteors constantly streaked past him, bringing with them a beautiful evil light. But when he looked around, he couldn't see his specific location. Right in front of Hanshoro was a dense horde of abyssal demons. He could sense the door-shaped interplanar passageway behind him, as well as the abyssal demons that were everywhere. Apart from that, there was only a hazy, dusky scene, and dazzling beams of light flashing past. Squeak, 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 squeak. The abyssals let out strange cries that Hanshoro didn't understand. As soon as they saw Hanshoro appear, they swarmed over like bees. Many abyssals that could spray venom immediately shot out a fine rain of venom. This venom was multicolored like a painter's paint, trying to paint an abstract and cruel picture of decay on Hanshoro's body. Although Hanshoro was extremely confident in his body's regenerative ability and strength, he wasn't willing to try this disgusting venom. Not only did the viscous venom reek, but it also had corrosive, numbing, and other toxins. At this moment, Hanshoro finally understood why the golden dragon and titan's bodies had been torn to shreds and their blood had flowed like a river. In the face of so many abyssal demons, the golden dragon and titan's massive bodies couldn't dodge at all. In such a strange space, the golden dragon and the titan's massive bodies not only couldn't gain the upper hand against thousands of abyssal demons of all sizes, but instead became their fatal weakness. It was precisely because their massive bodies couldn't withstand too much damage that they were defeated so quickly and died in the mouths of the locust-like abyssal demons. Only demigods could use special methods to form a defensive boundary or magic shield around their bodies. Only then could they resist the corrosive venom of the abyssal demons. Although the golden dragon and the titan's bodies were extremely tough, no matter how tough they would still be corroded and torn to shreds under the spray of a few hundred venoms. Even though Hanshoro's body was stronger than the golden dragon and the titans, he didn't dare to use his body to withstand the corrosive venom. He hurriedly deployed a protective barrier, and a hazy black barrier instantly enveloped Hanshoro within. The few hundred venoms that sprayed down were all blocked by the protective barrier that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Faint wisps of smoke emerged from Hanshoro's protective barrier, making Hanshoro look hazy and otherworldly. It was a stark contrast to the ugly and disgusting abyssal demons around him. What a powerful venom! Hanshoro couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the colorful wisps of smoke rising from his protective barrier due to the spray of venom. At Hanshoro's level of magical cultivation, he would be impervious to fire and water, and invulnerable to blades and spears once he deployed his protective barrier with the support of his powerful magical yuan. In principle, as long as Hanshoro had an unending supply of magical yuan to support his protective barrier, it would be able to help him block all physical and magical attacks. Of course, if the enemy's attack power exceeded the limits of the protective barrier, it would still shatter. However, the venom obviously didn't have any great power. Logically speaking, a protective barrier formed purely from magical yuan through a special secret method should have a perfect defense against this kind of venom. However, the appearance of the wisps of multicolored smoke indicated that the strange corrosive power of the venom was also effective against this special form of protective shield. Hanshoro could clearly feel that when the venom came into contact with his protective shield, the rate at which his magical yuan was being drained was noticeably faster as the faint smoke rose from the shield. Squeak, 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 squeak. The abyssal demons seemed to be somewhat astonished as well. After a concentrated spurt of venom, they suddenly collectively stopped and began to communicate with Hanshoro using a method that he couldn't understand. After finishing off the golden dragon and the titan, they cruelly and greedily prepared to break through the interplanar passageway in front of them. However, they suddenly discovered another hateful obstacle. When they saw that this obstacle was small in size, they thought that they could eliminate it in an instant. They didn't expect that their venom, which had always been successful in every endeavor, would actually be blocked. The abyssal demons that had stopped, under the command of the abyssal demon in front of Han Shuro that was covered in pus like a giant sarcoma, they once again crazily swarmed towards Han Shuro. This time, not only did they continue to spray venom, they even bared their eerie fangs without hesitation. It was obvious that they were prepared to use this primitive method to bite through Han Shuro's protective barrier. A bunch of crazy and barbaric creatures. If they were allowed to come to Profound Continent, perhaps all the races on Profound Continent would become their food. Han Shuro inwardly came to a conclusion as he looked at the abyssal demons that were crazily swarming towards him. The skeletal staff suddenly fell into Han Shuro's hand. Looking at the crazily clamoring abyssal demons charging towards him with glistening eyes, Han Shuro quickly chanted an incantation. First, rows of bone spears pierced through the air. Then, the signature boundary of fear and boundary of weakness of necromancers suddenly enveloped the entire space. As long as there were living beings in the material world, they would never be able to escape the fate of death. Even the cruel and ferocious abyssal demons were no exception. As long as there was death, there would be the element of death in the material world. Therefore, necromancy magic, an attack method that evolved from the element of death, could still display the power it should have. It had to be said that the skeletal staff was truly a miraculous weapon. Using the skeletal staff to release necromancy magic, the power of an ordinary necromancy magic spell could be doubled. It was also thanks to the skeletal staff that the boundaries of fear and weakness could envelop all the abyssal demons. Under the effects of the boundaries of fear and weakness, all the abyssal demons were affected. Not only did their frenzied swarming towards Han Shuro suddenly slow down, their hearts were also filled with fear of Han Shuro. Traces of timidity appeared in their cruel and bloodthirsty eyes. The densely packed bone spears whizzed through the air, piercing through the bodies of some of the weaker abyssal demons. Green, red, grayish-white, and brown blood spurted out from their bodies. Some of the larger abyssal demons were even covered in bone spears, emitting blood-curdling screeches that made one's scalp numb. Rows of bone spears shot out horizontally like a fine rain, forcibly intercepting hundreds and thousands of abyssal demons. Taking advantage of this gap, Han Shuro once again chanted a necromancy incantation, preparing to summon a large army of undead creatures to help him out. However, when the necromancy incantation fell, not a single one of the undead creatures that should have landed in front of Han Shuro appeared. Han Shuro was stunned. At first, he thought that he had made a mistake in chanting the incantation in a hurry, so he chanted again, the skeletal staff also swaying accurately. Still, not a single undead creature appeared. This time, Han Shuro's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used the connection he had with the little skull to try and contact the little skull. Surprisingly, he actually couldn't feel any traces of the little skull's existence, and was unable to determine the location of the necromancy world. Could it be that necromancy creatures couldn't be summoned in this place? With this question in mind, Han Shuro couldn't help but carefully size up his surroundings. What entered Han Shuro's eyes were streaks of dazzling meteors streaking across the sky, and a vast, dusky scene. What he was stepping on wasn't solid ground, but white mist. On Profound Continent, this white mist definitely wouldn't be able to bear any weight. However, when Han Shuro stepped on the white mist, he was able to feel it to the touch. In front of Han Shuro, a dense horde of abyssal demons blocked his line of sight. Behind him, there was an interplanar passageway leading to the Profound Continent. Apart from that, there was only an empty, dusky scene around him, as though he was situated in a vast and boundless universe. It seemed that this area was also affected by the space-time discontinuum. Time and space were in complete disarray, making it impossible to form precise planar coordinates. Therefore, he couldn't use necromancy magic to communicate with the netherworld, and naturally couldn't summon creatures from the netherworld to this unknown space where time and space were in chaos. After sizing up his surroundings, Han Shuro immediately came to this conclusion. Looking ahead, the thousands upon thousands of abyssal demons, Although somewhat timid and sluggish under the effects of the boundary of fear and weakness, after adapting for a while, they actually advanced at a much slower pace than before, unswervingly charging towards Han-Shoror. Han-Shoror wasn't discouraged. Even if necromancy magic couldn't be used, he still had the true barrier of demonic arts. Unlike necromancy magic, which required the element of death, all the energy of Han-Shoror's demonic arts was contained within his body. No matter which plane Han-Shoror went to, no matter if that plane had the aura of death or not, the demonic arts that existed within his body would never be affected in the slightest. It was also at this moment that Han-Shoror rejoiced at how correct his initial decision had been. He'd always firmly treated magical yuan as the foundation of his life preservation training. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly in this place, unable to summon enormous numbers of undead creatures. If he only relied on necromancy magic as a single method of attack, he would have suffered greatly this time. Come on, you disgusting and filthy abyssal creatures. Not caring if these abyssal demons could understand him, Han-Shoror smiled wickedly and slowly took out the blood seether from his space ring. With a wave of his hand, the blood seether flew out gracefully. As soon as the blood seether appeared, a thick mist of blood was released from it. An evil and strange power was slowly released from the blood mist of the blood seether. Wherever the blood seether passed, the bodies of all the abyssal demons that were enveloped by the blood mist suddenly swelled up, and their originally sluggish speed became even slower. The blood seether was a demonic weapon of slaughter that Han-Shoror had spent a great deal of effort to refine. As long as a creature had blood in their bodies, they would be within the range of the blood seether's attack. Although these abyssal demons had blood of different colors compared to ordinary creatures, they were still within the range of the blood seether's attack. Wherever the blood seether passed, the flow and speed of the blood in the abyssal demons' bodies would suddenly change drastically. At a glance, the blood actually looked like long earthworms wriggling on their bodies, making their already sinister and disgusting appearances look even more ugly. The bloodthirst banner changed the flow and speed of their blood. As they spun at high speeds, their bones emitted popping sounds. When the blood in their bodies spun at an astonishing speed, some of the abyssal demons couldn't withstand it anymore and their bodies exploded. After the first abyssal demon exploded, more and more abyssal demons couldn't bear the effects of the blood seether's power. Their bodies swelled up and finally burst open, spraying multicolored blood everywhere. All the abyssal demons that were enveloped by the blood mist gradually exploded due to the high-speed rotation of their blood. Seeing the outstanding achievements of the blood seether, Han-Shoror couldn't help but consider whether he should refine more of this special demonic weapon. It had to be said that the destructive power of this special demonic weapon was very satisfying to Han-Shoror. Chapter 5:14. As soon as the blood seether appeared, the hundreds of abyss demons that were enveloped by the bloody mist exploded one after another. Even the abyssal demon that seemed to be the leader and looked like a tumor couldn't withstand the blood seether's influence and exploded. Pale green blood with a pungent stench sprayed over a large area like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Its blood also had a strong corrosive effect. The bodies of the abyss demons that were sprayed by the green blood in the distance slowly melted into rotten flesh amidst the curling smoke. Dozens of abyss demons of all shapes and sizes didn't manage to escape, all of them dying under the corrosion of its blood. As expected of the leader. Even in death, he wanted to drag some down with him. Han-Shoror thought viciously as he continued to control the blood seether, making it fly towards the more densely packed abyss demons in the distance. It was obvious that these cruel and bloodthirsty abyss demons knew fear in the face of the blood seether's atrocious actions. The abyssal demons that didn't fear death actually quietly retreated in coordination as the blood seether pushed them forward. With the blood seether leading the way, a wide empty space suddenly appeared in front of Han-Shoror. What surprised Han-Shoror was that the corpses of the abyss demons that had died under the blood seether didn't seem to be able to stand on the white clouds and sank as if they were drowning. He didn't know what kind of tragic scene lay beneath the strange white clouds. From the moment Han-Shoror entered this strange space, he noticed that the corpses of the golden dragon and titan that had died here didn't exist above the white clouds. Han-Shoror had originally thought that they had been divided and eaten by the abyss demons, but now it seemed that they had probably fallen below the clouds after shattering. This really was a strange space. Space and time were in chaos, strange scenes appeared one after another, and some strange things that didn't make sense kept happening here, constantly challenging Han Shuo's common sense. It made Han Shuo increasingly believe that this area really didn't belong to any material plane. Behind him, the interplanar passageway door suddenly expanded like a monster that had been inflated with air. Specks of multicolored light were projected to the center of the door from an unknown source. The light and shadows overlapped and formed a magnificent spectacle of a deep starry sky in Han Shuo's eyes. In front of him, as the blood seether advanced, there were still hundreds of abyss demons retreating in fear. The dancing blood seether became the most terrifying abyss black hole in the eyes of the abyss demons, as if it had the evil power to devour all life. Thump thump, thump thump, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind the retreating abyssal demons. This muffled sound grew louder and louder, like the tolling of a death knell. It actually gave these abyssal demons an inexplicable courage. Suddenly, several long and slender abyssal demons with long fleshy wings shot towards the blood seether that was gradually approaching them without a care for their lives. These abyss demons looked like giant falcons, but their wings were even more slender. Their wings seemed to be arranged in rows of sharp blades, and they actually shone with a cold metallic luster. Their sudden attack was somewhat unexpected to Han Shuo, and their speed also exceeded the time it took for Han Shuo to put away the blood seether. Crack crack, crack crack, these giant falcon-like abyss demons used their long wings that were like sharp blades to line up neatly and orderly, slashing one after another on the blood seether. 1, 2, 3. A total of 15 of these abyss creatures used their sharp wings and the force of their charge to accurately slash the same spot on the blood seether in the span of a breath. As its master, Han Shuo had an accurate sense of the blood seether. Under the accurate and fierce attack of these 15 abyss demons, they actually tore a small hole in the blood seether. This was clearly somewhat beyond Han Shuo's expectations. After the first wave of attacks, these abyss creatures flew in a circle, and once again aimed at the blood seether. At this time, because they had just come into contact with the blood mist that lingered around the blood seether, the blood in their bodies was affected by the blood seether and had already begun to boil violently. Due to the boiling blood in their bodies, the originally neat and tidy formation became somewhat crooked. However, their bodies still resolutely charged towards the bloodthirst Garnfalan. It was obvious that they had the determination to completely tear the bloodthirst Garnfalan apart even if their bodies and bones were crushed. Any creature could release some unimaginable power once they put their lives on the line. Even a weak human could be very frightening if they went crazy without fear of death, let alone these already fierce and powerful abyss creatures. Seeing that the second wave of attacks was about to fall on the blood seether, as its master, Han Shuo no longer dared to hesitate. He hurriedly used the demonic mantra on the blood seether, causing the constantly advancing blood seether to fly back to Han Shuo in an elegant and light manner like a nimble swallow. It wasn't easy to refine the blood seether. Not only did it consume a lot of precious materials, but it also took a lot of time and energy for Han Shuo. A tear could be slowly repaired, but if it was really torn to pieces by this group of crazy abyss demons, then Han Shuo could only refine a new one. After being hit by Han Shuo's demonic mantra, the blood seether immediately became erratic. The 15 falcon-like abyss creatures had no choice but to change directions again and closely pursue the blood seether. However, under the control of Han Shuo's demonic mantra, the trajectory of the blood seether back to Han Shuo was extremely abstract, and the 15 abyss creatures could no longer successfully attack the blood seether. Clap clap clap, their boiling blood finally couldn't withstand the effects of the bloodlust Garnfalan's power, and they exploded one after another in front of Han Shuo. More than half of the fleshy wings that were as sharp as knives shot towards Han Shuo. He raised his hand and a sinister white bone shield bloomed amidst the dripping blood. All the sharp blades that shot towards Han Shuo were intercepted by the white bone shield. Before Han Shuo could think further, the abyss demons that had been retreating bit by bit under the deterrence of the blood seether all silently surged forward when Han Shuo put away the blood seether. Moreover, they charged towards Han Shuo with an even more fearless attitude than before. Thump thump, thump thump. An unknown distance behind the abyssal creatures, muffled and strange sounds rang out incessantly. This sound was like some kind of magical curse that bewitched the abyssal creatures, making them even more cruel and fierce. Could it be that there's an abyssal demon in the form of a mage behind them? Han Shoror suddenly had this absurd thought. Han Shoror, who was used to the combination of warriors and mags on Profound Continent, naturally believed that in a great battle, there would be mags or priests behind the valiant warriors. Only in this way could the warriors, under the effects of various supportive spells, become violent and fearless. However, this was an unknown space-time discontinuum zone and he was facing abyssal demons that only existed in legends. Abyssal demons only existed in some ancient legends. It seemed that no one had actually seen them. How could such an ugly and filthy otherworldly creature have a high-level existence like a mage? Han Shoror very quickly discarded this absurd thought. While reinforcing his protective shield with demonic yuan, he continued to release rows of bone spears, using a wide range of indiscriminate attacks to inflict a devastating blow on these fearless abyssal creatures. Without an army of undead at his disposal, this battle turned into one of the most arduous battles of attrition. Han Shoror was rapidly draining his mental strength while the abyssal creatures were paying the price by the hundreds and thousands. However, the number of abyssal creatures far exceeded Han Shoror's imagination. It was as though there was no end to them. After an indeterminate amount of time, Han Shoror gradually grew numb. He could only mechanically release one necromancy magic after another, slowly reaping the lives of the abyssal creatures. All of a sudden, Han Shoror sensed an intense spatial fluctuation coming from the interplanar portal behind him. Han Shoror was delighted. He took the time to turn his head around and saw that the interplanar passageway that had somehow formed was rapidly closing up. It's finally over. Damn it, I've become the savior of Profound Continent, Han Shoror thought to himself. At this moment, Han Shoror's mental strength had reached the point where it was completely drained. He was ready to continue using demonic arts to fend off those innumerable abyssal creatures. With the amplification effect of the skeletal staff, rows of bone spears shot out in front of Han Shoror. Han Shoror took advantage of this opportunity to turn around, preparing to pass through the constantly healing interplanar portal and return to that lovely Profound Continent. When Han Shoror's body flew towards the interplanar passageway like a bolt of lightning, an irresistible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged towards him from the other end of the interplanar passageway. This unshakable force contained the dragon breath of the primordious dragon and instantly blocked Han Shoror's madly charging body. Not only did the unstoppable force forcibly block Han Shoror's path towards the interplanar portal, a portion of it also surged into Han Shoror's body. In an instant, Han Shoror's tyrannical body, tempered by great willpower, was severely injured by this incredible force. Han Shoror had finally witnessed the strength of a true god of the primordious dragon. No. Han Shoror roared madly in disbelief, unwilling to accept this. He could never have imagined that he, who had risked his life to defend the titans, the dragons, and all living beings on Profound Continent, would be treated so horribly. This was an intolerable and shameful betrayal. Even Han Shoror, who was well aware of the viciousness of human hearts, could not believe that this was done by the primordious dragon. You are a necromancer of the Calamity Church. You are the fountainhead of evil. There is no place for you on Profound Continent. The evil abyssal world is your true home. I have already shown you mercy. A portion of the primordious dragon's consciousness landed on Han Shoror's side from the distant Profound Continent. Han Shoror, who was just about to reach the interplanar portal, took one last look at the portal and suddenly discovered two demigod existences of the Church of Light. Han Shoror had once met these two demigod existences on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. On the distant Profound Continent, these two demigod existences of the Church of Light were coldly looking at the interplanar portal that was constantly healing. They were wearing faint smiles on their faces as they chatted leisurely with the primordious dragon below. It was evident that the frenzied attack by the abyssal demons on Profound Continent had truly been pacified. Gradually, the interplanar portal closed up. The final scene of Profound Continent was forever fixed in Han Shoror's mind. The two demigod existences of the Church of Light coldly looking at the interplanar portal closing up, and the 100-meter-long primordious dragon coiled on top of the enormous mountain, were forever etched in Han Shoror's mind. Han Shoror had never hated a living being as much as he did at that moment. This time, the primordious dragon had done it. Because of the one-sided statement of the two demigod existences of the Church of Light, because of his identity as a necromancer, the mighty primordious dragon had disregarded Han Shoror's fearless assistance, cruelly cut off Han Shoror's path home, and left an unimaginable wound on Han Shoror's body. Drenched in blood, Han Shoror laughed maniacally in the alien material plane. He laughed at his own naivety and benevolence, at his own self-righteousness, at his foolishness and kindness. He laughed so hard that tears flowed from his eyes. Farewell to profound continent, farewell to my friends, farewell to my lover. From today onwards, I will never be able to find my way home again. I can only wander in the vast and unknown abyss forever. If I can ever return to profound continent, then the Church of Light, the primordious dragon, the race of titans, and all those traitors will have to pay the price. Haha, I am a necromancer of the Calamity Church. I am the fountainhead of all evil on profound continent. The abyss, where evil reigns everywhere, is my true home. Haha, he has already shown mercy. He did not kill me immediately, but made it so that I can never see my lover again. How merciful the primordious dragon is. Haha, Han Shoror paid no heed to his heavily injured and blooded body. Surrounded by hundreds and thousands of abyssal demons, he laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with sorrow, desolation, and boundless resentment. Chapter 5:15. However, the large number of abyssal demons clearly had no intention of letting Han Shoror go. Even if they saw the interplanar passageway closing up, they still wanted to kill the culprit who had killed so many of their companions. In particular, they suddenly discovered that Han Shoror, who had been blocking their way like a mountain, was also covered in blood at some point. Although these abyssal creatures were ugly and filthy, they were not stupid. On the contrary, they, who had survived cruel battles, possessed chilling cunning and cruel persistence. Therefore, when they saw that Han Shoror was bleeding profusely, they quickly determined that Han Shoror had suffered serious injuries. They did not know what kind of creature had injured the culprit, but they stubbornly planned to grind Han Shoror's bones and scatter his ashes. Han Shoror, who was laughing maniacally, did not fear the numerous abyssal creatures that surrounded him. His protective shield had been shattered by the primordious dragon's attack earlier and could no longer cover his body. It was only after the abyssal creatures sprayed out all kinds of venom that Han Shoror finally came to his senses. He stopped his endless resentment and made use of the demonic yuan he still had in his body to once again deploy a dark and shiny protective shield. Once again, the venom was blocked by the protective shield that Han Shoror had deployed in time. The numerous abyssal creatures that had courageously charged over were torn into pieces by the demonic blades in Han Shoror's hands and fell into the unknown. Where there's life, there's hope. Han Shoror made use of this time to carefully examine his body. He discovered that his physical body had indeed suffered unimaginable damage from the primordious dragon's attack. However, Han Shoror rejoiced in the fact that his demonic infant was unscathed. For those who cultivated demonic arts, the consciousness was the most important, followed by the demon infant as the source of power. As long as these two areas were unhindered, no matter how much damage the physical body had suffered, it would not be fatal. Therefore, when Han Shoror discovered that the demon infant was unharmed, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Most of his internal organs were shattered, and even his meridians and bones were partially damaged. Although the injuries were serious, they were not fatal. As long as Han Shoror was given time to recuperate, he would be as good as new. As long as he was alive, there would always be opportunities for revenge in the future. With nostalgia for his loved ones on profound continent and bone-deep hatred for the primordious dragon and the Church of Light, Han Shoror resolutely attacked. He tore every abyssal demon that dared to approach him into pieces. Now that the interplanar passageway behind him had been sealed, Han Shoror had nothing to worry about. He used his demonic arts to stubbornly resist the attacks of the abyssal demons. The hatred in his heart transformed into cruel attacks. Each and every one of those abyssal demons was dismembered by Han Shuo's demonic blades. After an unknown period of time, Han Shuo gradually felt that his strength was running out. It wasn't that Han Shuo did not have enough demonic yuan, but because his physical body was too severely damaged, and many of his meridians and bones were damaged, Han Shuo could not skillfully deploy his demonic arts. Even the power of the demonic blades was gradually weakening. Although the damage to his physical body wasn't fatal, it had obviously affected the performance of Han Shuo's normal strength. Many demonic arts relied on the flow of the meridians. Only when the meridians and bones were strong and sturdy could Han Shuo successfully deploy his demonic arts. Now that Han Shuo's meridians and bones were partially damaged, he couldn't deploy his demonic yuan to his heart's content. He had to think of a new strategy. In addition, staying in this area for a long time and facing the endless attacks of abyssal creatures was obviously not a solution. Han Shuo had no idea how many abyssal creatures there were. He really didn't know how long he could last alone with his damaged body. It looks like I'll have to turn this passive situation around if I have to fight my way out, Han Shuo thought to himself. As he continued to attack the abyssal creatures that dared to approach, Han Shuo sized up the situation around him. He finally fixed his gaze on the world behind the abyssal creatures. He felt that the world behind these abyssal creatures should be the exit for him to break through. Just as Han Shuo was planning to do so, he suddenly discovered that his surroundings started to change once more. Extremely violent spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared in this strange, dusky space. Bolts of lightning that resembled swimming dragons suddenly appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the space seemed to tremble, giving Han Shuo a very distinct feeling of collapse. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment, then immediately reacted. Han Shuo, who had never experienced such a situation, had heard of such a situation. Han Shuo knew that this phenomenon was really due to the space being unable to withstand the pressure of the excessively enormous chaotic energies, and was about to collapse. Not good, I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the space really collapses, no one will be able to escape. Even if one is lucky enough not to be crushed to pieces by the spatial rupture, one would have to survive in an even more unknown spatial fissure. If one were to really fall into a spatial fissure, it would be impossible to return to profound continent for the rest of their lives. Han Shuo turned pale with fright. He had already made up his mind to leave this place at all costs. Before Han Shuo could react, he suddenly discovered that the abyssal creatures that had been attacking him without fear of death were all retreating in terror like the tide. They no longer cared about Han Shuo, the main culprit who had obstructed them for God knows how long. Thump thump, thump thump, a strange sound came from behind, as though a horn of retreat had been blown. It seems that the abyssal creatures are indeed intelligent, Han Shuo thought to himself as he watched the abyssal creatures retreat like the tide. Tailing behind these abyssal creatures, Han Shuo quickly left this space that was about to collapse. For these abyssal creatures to be able to come to this area, they must know how to retreat. As long as Han Shuo followed behind them, he would definitely be able to escape the calamity of the spatial rupture. With this idea in mind, Han Shuo passed by the abyssal creatures and fled in the direction they had left. By this time, the abyssal creatures had clearly understood that the threat of the spatial rupture far outweighed that of Han Shuo. Even though Han Shuo was right beside them, they did not continue to fight with Han Shuo. They turned a blind eye to Han Shuo's existence, and recklessly retreated along the path they had come from. Rumble, terrifying noises sounded from behind Han Shuo. Han Shuo did not turn his head to look, but through his consciousness, he could sense that the center of the space behind him had begun to be unable to withstand the pressure of all kinds of chaotic energies, forming spatial rifts that could devour all living things. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, the strange cries of the abyssal creatures constantly came from behind. Although Han Shuo did not understand the true meaning of these sounds, he could guess from their urgent tone that they were caused by fear. It was obvious that the abyssal demons behind him were also very afraid of being pulled into the spatial rifts. Once a living being fell into one, it was almost impossible to escape from the spatial rifts formed by unknown means. According to legend, These spatial rifts had no elements, no flora or fauna, and not even air. As long as a living being fell into them, they would need to rely on these meats and air, or they would starve to death or suffocate to death. Han Shoror was an abnormal existence that did not need to rely on food or air. Although he would not die immediately after falling into a spatial rift, he would have to endure endless loneliness. Sometimes, endless loneliness without any hope was even more terrible than death. More and more strange noises came from the abyssal demons behind him. The previous urgent noises turned into shrill howls of despair. Han Shoror suddenly understood that some of the abyssal creatures must have been pulled into the spatial rifts. While his heart was palpitating, Han Shoror had no choice but to activate the art of the demonic ninth heavens at the risk of suffering yet another injury to his body. He wanted to escape from this place as quickly as possible. Pfff. Han Shoror violently spat out a mouthful of boiling blood. Another 3 meridians in his body ruptured. Risking his meridians to rupture, Han Shoror frantically charged forward. The demonic blades in his hands were like the indestructible demon slayer edge, forcibly drilling through the bodies of some large abyssal demons in front of him. At this time, Han Shoror no longer cared about the pungent stench of the abyssal demons and directly passed through their bodies. When it came to this desperate moment, Han Shoror's heart would be resolute to the point of cold-bloodedness. He could cast aside anything in order to survive, let alone the filthy and disgusting bodies of the abyssal demons. It was precisely because of Han Shoror's determination and decisiveness that he was able to pass through the bodies of the abyssal demons blocking his way, that he was not affected by the rapidly spreading spatial ruptures, and that he was able to carve out a bloody path for himself. As the rumbling behind him grew louder and louder, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, a brand new scene suddenly appeared in front of Han Shoror. He saw a scene of malevolent plants, mountains, and rivers. "I'm out, I've finally killed my way out." Han Shoror charged out at the fastest speed he had ever dared to in his life. Finally, a terrifying chaotic energy suddenly came from behind Han Shoror. That energy was extremely terrifying. Han Shoror understood that the abyssal demons behind him had most likely been completely destroyed by the spatial rifts. Chapter 516. A completely unfamiliar world entered Han Shoror's eyes. At first glance, the plants everywhere were as sinister as demons. The branches and leaves were covered with sharp fang-like spikes in the mouths of the abyssal creatures. The surface of each plant was like a giant cactus. Instead of giving off a vibrant green aura, they gave off a bloodthirsty aura. The surface was grayish-brown, and some foul-smelling swamps were bubbling with large and small bubbles. When the bubbles burst, wisps of green smoke were emitted, forming a faint poisonous miasma that lingered in the air. Green and light, there was an indescribable beauty to it. There were no clouds in the sky, nor was there a sun or moon hanging high in the sky. There were only cyclones of various sizes and colors. In this world, the thin air was filled with the stench of decay. In the distance, there were violent and bloodthirsty owl-like howls. Han Shoror was halfway up a mountain filled with abyssal creatures. Behind him was a dark cave that was more than 10 meters long and wide. The cave's entrance was lined with stone pillars as sharp as fangs. The entire cave looked like the ferocious mouth of a giant abyssal demon, full of a sinister and austere aura. Looking around, the entire mountain was filled with abyssal creatures of all shapes and sizes. Just like the time when Little Skull had released his divine might from the 10,000-meter peak of the Netherworld, summoning all the undead within 100 kilometers to come and worship him, these abyssal creatures were all staring at the giant cave entrance behind Han Shoror with cold and bloodthirsty eyes. A deafening roar came from the giant cave behind Han Shoror. Han Shoror turned his head to look behind him and carefully sensed for a moment. He discovered that the spatial fluctuations in this sinister cave were becoming more and more violent, and the entire mountain was trembling and swaying. Thump thump, thump thump. A strange sound suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. Han Shoror's line of sight passed through the abyssal creatures that covered the mountains and plains, and finally found the source of the sound. He saw a 5 to 6 meter tall abyssal creature craning its neck and shouting. Its knees, elbows, and shoulders were covered with sharp hook-like spikes, and a colorful giant python coiled around its abdomen. There were 3 eyes on its triangular head. Han Shoror took a closer look and found that the giant python coiled around its abdomen was connected to its body. It seemed that the colorful giant python was only the tail of its buttocks. This 3-eyed humanoid abyssal creature stretched its neck and shouted as it took the initiative to retreat. It should be the true backbone of these abyssal creatures all over the mountain. As it stretched its neck and shouted, the tens of thousands of abyssal creatures left on the mountain all followed it and fled the mountain. Even at a distance of several hundred meters, Han Shoror felt a chill in his heart as he looked at this 3-eyed abyssal creature. Han Shoror understood that this chill came from this high-level abyssal creature, and he could feel its power. However, although Han Shoror knew that this abyssal creature was very strong, he didn't know how powerful it was. The only thing he was sure of was that he was currently seriously injured and shouldn't be a match for this humanoid abyssal creature. The abyssal creatures that covered the mountains and plains, under the command of this true leader, followed behind it and fled this mountain that could be destroyed by spatial collapse at any time. As he sensed the increasingly powerful explosions coming from the cave behind him, Han Shoror didn't dare to stay any longer. He also didn't have the confidence to chase after the humanoid abyssal creature. Instead, he flew away in the opposite direction. After Han Shoror flew for 500 meters, an earth-shattering sound came from behind him. Han Shoror turned his head and found that the 1,000-meter-tall mountain had collapsed and was destroyed in an instant. Many abyssal creatures that had just rushed to the foot of the mountain were all buried alive in the depths of the ground. Mountains and rivers collapsed, sand and stones flew everywhere, and huge stones fell like huge hailstones under the force of the explosion. Even those abyssal creatures that had already fled far away from the mountain were affected, and hundreds and thousands of abyssal creatures were smashed to pieces. Han Shoror noticed that the abyssal creature in front of him didn't seem to be making any movements. It had naturally formed a defensive barrier around its body. No matter how powerful or how large the rocks were, they would turn into dust and scatter in the air the moment they came into contact with the defensive barrier around its body. It really is a powerhouse. It seems that there are indeed high-level abyssal creatures among the abyssal creatures. Han Shoror sighed inwardly. What was certain was that this high-level abyssal creature absolutely had the same level of intelligence as its strength. This could be seen from the fact that it didn't show up from beginning to end, and instead commanded its subordinates to frantically attack Han Shoror, ordering those falcon-like abyssal creatures to tear apart his bloodthirst banner, and how it could quickly sense the spatial collapse and promptly order its subordinates to retreat. Intelligent races that were too cunning would generally be very cautious, and this high-level abyssal creature was clearly no exception. Otherwise, if it had mixed in with the many abyssal creatures and taken the lead in attacking Han Shoror really wasn't sure that he could have lasted until now. Suddenly, the humanoid abyssal creature turned its head and looked in Han Shoror's direction. After the mountain between the two had collapsed, there wasn't much obstruction between Han Shoror and it. Separated by the surging abyssal creatures, Han Shoror actually felt that it was looking at him, and its 3 eyes overflowed with hatred and hostility. Han Shoror was once again alarmed. The sensitivity of his consciousness wouldn't be affected by the damage to his physical body. Relying on the sensitivity of his consciousness, he quickly realized that the abyssal creature was indeed looking at him with cold eyes. Moreover, it didn't conceal its hatred and hostility at all. But what surprised Han Shoror was that this high-level abyssal creature didn't take any action after looking coldly at Han Shoror. Instead, it turned around and commanded its subordinates to continue in the opposite direction from Han Shoror, leaving this area riddled with holes. Although he didn't understand why it didn't take the initiative to take revenge, Han Shoror was sure that it must have its own plans. This treacherous and cruel high-level abyssal creature was clearly much more difficult to deal with than those low-level existences that only knew how to obey orders and charge. Han Shoror heaved a sigh of relief that it didn't take the initiative to chase after him. At this moment, his physical body was severely damaged. If he were to engage in a bitter battle with such a powerful opponent, Han Shoror was certain that his demonic infant would be hard-pressed to remain unscathed. After surveying his surroundings, The cautious Hanshor didn't linger any longer. He rapidly left in the opposite direction from the abyssal creature. This was a world that Hanshor was completely unfamiliar with. To survive in this world full of abyssal creatures, where even the plants were malevolent and ferocious, he first had to fully recover his strength. Therefore, the most urgent thing for him at present was to find a quiet and safe place to recover from the injuries he had sustained as soon as possible. Only then would he have something to rely on to slowly understand this new world. As he flew, all that entered Hanshor's eyes were lush and malevolent plants, swamps, and grotesquely shaped hills and mountain ranges. Compared to Profound Continent, the animals and plants in this world were much larger and more terrifying. Even some of the mountains, rivers, and swamps seemed to carry an indescribably terrifying aura. In addition to the vast number of abyssal creatures he had just encountered, Hanshor saw even more grotesquely shaped creatures along the way. Those creatures had bizarre appearances, and all of them were full of aggression. It seemed as though they were constantly fighting and killing. When a malevolent plant over 10 meters tall forcibly wrapped around and swallowed an abyssal creature that looked like a giant spider with a sharp horn, Hanshor was finally certain that those malevolent plants weren't just evil on the surface. This was a world where the law of the jungle was played out to the extreme. In this world, fighting and killing took place every second. Any living creature, even plants, could go on a rampage and eat the living creatures and plants around them. Compared to this place, Profound Continent was simply a utopian, perfect, and peaceful world. If these abyssal creatures were allowed to come to Profound Continent, Hanshor was certain that no race would be able to withstand their unimaginable savagery. Only an existence like Hanshor, who had attained demigod strength, might be able to survive in such a cruel world. Hanshor flew for a long time but still couldn't fly out of this area. Perhaps this world is just like this, he thought to himself. He then decided to find a place to recover from his injuries. A swamp with bubbling smoke came into Hanshor's sight. This swamp was shrouded in a faint green miasma that covered a large area. Hanshor deployed a protective shield around his body, isolating himself from the poisonous green miasma. His body slowly descended into the swamp, preparing to burrow into the swamp and open up a space to repair his body. Sigh. If only Earth Elite Zombie was here. He wouldn't even need to expend any effort to create a quiet, safe, and spacious space in the depths of this underground world, Hanshor thought to himself. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Hanshor's head. That's right. Previously in that space-time discontinuum zone, because that space was affected by the chaotic energy, he couldn't communicate with the netherworld. Now that he had left that area, logically speaking, communicating with the netherworld shouldn't be a problem. In particular, Hanshor sensed that the aura of death in this world was much denser than on Profound Continent. In such a place, not only should it not be a problem to release necromancy magic, it should be even more powerful. With this doubt in mind, Hanshor tried to communicate with the netherworld. Through the profound connection between him and Little Skull, Hanshor immediately sensed the existence of Little Skull. "Father, what's wrong?" After a while, Little Skull unexpectedly asked in a puzzled voice. All along, when Hanshor communicated with Little Skull on Profound Continent, as they were separated by many material planes, he could only roughly sense the existence of Little Skull. He couldn't directly communicate with them across two material planes. He didn't expect that after arriving in this foreign world, as soon as he sensed the existence of Little Skull, he would immediately receive a message from Little Skull. Perhaps it was because he was in this new world, or perhaps Little Skull's strength had reached a whole new realm. Hanshor couldn't figure out the reason, but his heart was filled with sincere joy. To be able to sense the existence of Little Skull, at least in this foreign world, Hanshor didn't have too much of the chilliness of walking alone. Ever since he arrived in this world, because he couldn't find anyone to communicate with, and couldn't see any familiar scenery, in addition to the fact that the road between him and Profound Continent was severed, Hanshor naturally felt an endless sense of loneliness. It was only when he heard the message from Little Skull that this terrifying sense of loneliness disappeared. "Father, where are you? Something's wrong. You're not on that continent." Just as Hanshor was truly delighted, Little Skull sent another message. This time, It was a little urgent. Little Skull was obviously very concerned about Han Shoror's safety. Because of a moment of carelessness, I arrived in a new material plane. However, you don't have to worry, I'm fine for the time being. When I recover from my injuries, I'll explain everything to you. Han Shoror was in a good mood as he comforted Little Skull. The next moment, Han Shoror suddenly sensed the monstrous wrath coming from Little Skull. This wrath came incomparably abruptly and violently, as though Little Skull was about to cross the infinite distance between material planes and arrive at Han Shoror's side, as though he was going to grind the bones and scatter the ashes of the enemies who dared to harm him. Father, who hurt you? In the netherworld, Little Skull became irascible. He suddenly stood up from the white bone throne. An enormous aura emanated from his body. All the high-level undead creatures in the Palace of the Undead suddenly trembled. They didn't know what to do and kowtowed before Little Skull, not daring to move a muscle. An indescribable emotion suddenly spread through Han Shoror's heart. Sensing Little Skull's monstrous wrath, Han Shoror consoled him lovingly, "Don't worry, I'll go back and settle the score with them. Evolve well. I know that as long as you take another step forward, you'll be able to become a true god. At that time, we, father and son, will fight side by side." After cutting off his connection with Little Skull, Han Shoror didn't even summon the Earth Elite zombie, fearing that they would be too worried about his injuries. Han Shoror slowly sunk his body into the swamp. After passing through the swamp for another 100 meters, he dug out a hiding place and used demonic arts to repair his damaged body. Chapter 5:17. There was no concept of time in the sunless depths of the underground. Han Shoror stayed in that area, silently repairing his damaged meridians and bones. When Han Shoror calmed his heart and put all his energy into doing one thing, it was always easy to indulge in it. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shoror gradually woke up. He opened his eyes and used his consciousness to inspect his body. He discovered that the meridians, bones, and internal organs that had been damaged in the last battle had all recovered to their original state. With a thought, the magical yuan flowed through his body like a raging river. There was no longer any sluggishness. It was so carefree that Han Shoror couldn't help but exclaim softly. Han Shoror understood that the damaged injuries on his body had all recovered and would no longer affect the use of his magical yuan. With his injuries completely healed and his connection with the netherworld established, Han Shoror didn't have to worry about his own safety anymore. Even if he ran into that three-eyed abyssal creature now, Han Shoror wouldn't have to worry about fighting it to his heart's content. When he thought of this three-eyed abyssal creature, Han Shoror suddenly had a strange guess. Could this three-eyed abyssal creature be related to the three-eyed evil god Ansadesi? Back in Asher's slave farm in Valen City, Han Shoror had coincidentally run into the Calamity Church's necromancer Claude, who was using a blood altar to summon an evil god. The three-eyed evil god Ansadesi was revealed in blood and bones at the center of the altar. It also had 3 eyes and a long tail. Although the three-eyed abyssal creature he saw in this strange world didn't have the terrifying and invulnerable evil aura of the three-eyed evil god Ansadesi, its appearance was indeed 70 to 80% similar. It only lacked a few sharp horns on its head. Could it be that the three-eyed evil god Ansadesi had evolved from this three-eyed abyssal creature? An inexplicable realization rose in Han Shoror's heart. He felt that his conjecture was highly plausible. That three-eyed humanoid abyssal creature also possessed advanced intelligence and immense power. Based on the principle that any living being could evolve and cultivate, wouldn't this three-eyed humanoid abyssal creature become an evil god when it cultivated to the pinnacle? Very likely, Han Shoror thought to himself. Then, he became even more curious about this strange and cruel world. He wanted to see if there were any more amazing things in this world. His physical body had been restored to its original state, and he was able to communicate with the netherworld. Han Shoror no longer needed to hide in such an underground area. With a thought, Han Shoror's body burst out of the ground. He activated his protective shield and squeezed himself out of the swamp. Han Shoror unfolded his spirit sense and took in all kinds of cruel creatures in his surroundings. How many creatures and plants were there in each area? How powerful were these animals and plants? Han Shaw didn't miss anything. Not only did Han Shaw not feel lonely in this strange world, but he also felt a sense of lofty aspiration. During the period of restoring his physical body, Han Shaw didn't stop thinking about certain things. Previously, Han Shaw had obtained some memories from the skeletal staff. He understood that the skeletal staff seemed to contain some secrets. Once all the secrets within the skeletal staff were unraveled, not only would Han Shaw's soul be able to traverse to the netherworld, but even his physical body would be able to directly reach the netherworld. With how miraculous the skeletal staff was, perhaps there was a way to directly return to the profound continent. After all, the enormous magical transportation matrix at the center of the Cemetery of Death was very miraculous. Han Shaw really did harbor some unrealistic fantasies. In addition, the ancient Lizard King had once said that the profound continent had a planar guardian, and that he could use the transportation matrix to leave the profound continent. In that case, could there also be a so-called planar guardian in this world that could be used to return to the profound continent? When Han Shaw calmed his heart and thought about these questions, he discovered that what seemed like a dead end actually had many opportunities to turn things around. With hope came motivation to struggle. Han Shaw unfolded his consciousness and took in the creatures around him, preparing to first understand this unfamiliar environment. Without staying in this area for too long, Han Shaw flew in the direction of the three-eyed abyssal creature from last time, preparing to start with it. If he wanted to understand this world as quickly as possible, the most direct way was to find a high-level race that he could communicate with. With his consciousness at the realm that Han Shaw was at, as long as he found a high-level creature, Han Shaw believed that he would definitely be able to find a way to communicate with it. The scenery that never changed reappeared beneath Han Shaw's feet. He didn't know how long he had flown, but all he could see were malevolent plants and unceasing cruel massacres. Han Shaw hadn't encountered any high-level beings like the three-eyed abyssal creature, nor could he find any powerful abyssal creature to communicate with. However, Han Shaw firmly believed that he would be able to find his target. Therefore, he kept flying in one direction without changing direction. In this abyss realm where there was no alternation of day and night, Han Shaw couldn't be sure of the time. He only felt that he had been flying for 3 or 4 days. It had to be said that this abyss realm was truly vast and boundless. At Han Shaw's high speed, he could have circled around a country on profound continent in 3 or 4 days. However, in this mystical abyss realm, Han Shaw seemed to have stopped at one place, and all he could see were the same scenes. According to Han Shaw's estimation, another 2 days had passed. Just as he was about to lose hope, his consciousness finally sensed 2 powerful presences. Han Shaw was delighted and hastily flew in the direction of the 2 powerful presences. Before Han Shaw could approach, a terrifying tremor that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was generated from the direction of the 2 powerful presences. Along with the violent tremor, all the living beings in the vicinity were torn to shreds and pulverized by the violent impact. Some abyssal creatures of all shapes and sizes had long escaped from the place of trouble. Even the abyssal plants that should have been stationary in Han Shaw's eyes were actually moving slowly. This made Han Shaw suspect that their roots deep in the ground were in the shape of legs. However, it was obvious that as plants, they weren't as fast as the abyssal creatures. Their speed of escape often couldn't keep up with the aftershock of the shockwaves. One after another, they were pulverized and broken by the shockwaves. The plant roots even sprayed out a thick blood-like liquid. What a bizarre material plane, Han Shaw sighed in his heart. He did not stop for the scene he saw on the way, but continued rushing towards the area where the huge commotion was coming from. By this time, Han Shaw already knew that the 2 powerful creatures inside were engaged in a great battle. Based on the senses of Han Shaw's consciousness, he determined that the strength of the 2 powerful creatures inside wasn't as great as that human-shaped 3-eyed abyssal creature he had encountered some time ago. They seemed to be a little stronger than the so-called sacred grade experts on Profound Continent, but they were no match for demigod experts. In other words, even if the 2 creatures inside joined forces, Han Shaw would be able to deal with them with ease. It was precisely because of this confidence that Han Shaw could approach without any misgivings. He planned to find a high-level abyssal creature and ask him about the situation in this world. When Han Shuro finally arrived at the area where the two high-level abyssal creatures were fighting, he was stunned by the scene he saw. How were these two enormous, malevolent, and filthy abyssal creatures? They were simply two dainty, beautiful young ladies. However, Han Shuro soon discovered that these two young ladies were by no means human. Although their skin was fair and tender, their bodies were wrapped in malevolent armor covered with spikes. Han Shuro took a closer look and immediately discovered that those malevolent armors were connected to their bodies, as though they had grown out of their bodies. In particular, the sharp spikes protruding from their smooth shoulders and elbows were very obvious, as though they had indeed grown out of their delicate flesh. The two young ladies who had their bodies covered with malevolent armor and spikes still had large patches of their snow-white skin exposed. Their chests, abdomens, thighs, arms, and necks were especially exposed. As the two fought, their flesh shimmered with the light of their flesh. From a distance, the two young ladies revealed a bit of seductiveness amidst their ferocity. One of them had dark purple eyes, the other a pale green. Their hair and eyes were of the same color, and they were both about 1.7 meters tall. Their thighs were slender and straight, and they had enchanting curves that could make one spurt blood. The two young ladies, who weren't human, also had very unique close-quarters combat methods. Often, they would extend their tender little hands, and suddenly, a cold and sinister bayonet would blossom in their palms. Their elbows and knees, which were covered with spikes, were their main means of attack. They seemed calm and collected, but every time they collided, they would explode with violent power. The surroundings of the two ladies were a complete mess. Dead plants and abyssal creatures that couldn't escape in time were scattered all over the ground. What surprised Han Shuro the most was the power of their attacks. The source of their power was somewhat similar to fighting aura, and seemed to contain elemental energy. It was like the rare demon swordsman on the profound continent who fused magic with fighting aura. However, there were some differences, and Han Shuro couldn't tell exactly what the differences were. In short, everything was very different from Han Shuro's understanding. After arriving, Han Shuro secretly probed the two young ladies. His heart was filled with interest, and he became even more curious about this unfamiliar world. From the appearance of the two young ladies, Han Shuro was certain that there were indeed high-level creatures in this abyss realm. Perhaps these high-level creatures were extremely powerful. The more powerful they were, the more Han Shuro believed that he could find the way home from this place. All of a sudden, Han Shuro, who was silently observing the two young ladies, discovered that they were simultaneously staring at him with unfriendly gazes. In the next moment, the two young ladies suddenly stopped fighting and charged at Han Shuro at lightning speed. Their attacks also took shape, as though they wanted to behead the peeping Han Shuro on the spot. It was obvious that Han Shuro wasn't afraid of the two young ladies joining forces. Although he felt rather baffled, Han Shuro didn't hesitate. He raised his hands, and the demonic blades shot out explosively. The blades had the same effect as the blades that suddenly shot out from the palms of the two young ladies. Of the two young ladies of the higher races of the Abyss realm, one of them carried the element of lightning, while the other carried the element of fire. The elements of heaven and earth that constituted the material world were unleashed by them in a different way. Every punch and kick could be filled with elemental energy, and they could also be shot out through the sharp spikes on their knees and elbows. They weren't magi, but they had a marvelous way of utilizing the elements of heaven and earth. They didn't seem to be much inferior to the rare magi on Profound Continent. In addition, the elements were more concentrated, and every time they attacked, they would suddenly erupt with greater power. Compared to the magi on Profound Continent, their attacks didn't cover as large an area. The destructive power they could inflict on a small area was even more frightening than a forbidden magic that covered a large area. Every magus on Profound Continent paid particular attention to a concentrated area of effect when casting magic. However, they were obviously different. They seemed to place more emphasis on instantaneous explosive power, condensing it into a single point to form the most frightening power, causing terrifying destruction to an extremely small area. After fighting for just a short while, Han Shoror had become very familiar with the two young ladies' attack styles. Compared to the Magi on Profound Continent who manipulated the elements, the two attacking styles of the two worlds couldn't be said to be superior. The only difference was that they focused on different aspects and utilized the elements of heaven and earth in different ways. One focused their attacks, with extremely terrifying destructive power in a small area, while the other dispersed their attacks, capable of causing widespread destruction in a large area. One directly stored elemental energy within the body like fighting aura, while the other used incantations and mental strength to manipulate the elemental energy. There were obvious differences between the two, but ultimately, they both utilized the elemental energy that constituted the material world. They obviously had a completely different way of utilizing elemental energy from Magi because the internal structure of their bodies was different from that of humans. In a way that Han Shoror couldn't understand, they hid the elemental energy within their bodies, and when they attacked, they would suddenly erupt the elemental energy like fighting aura. This greatly amazed Han Shoror. The two alien ladies unreasonably treated Han Shoror as an enemy. One of them attacked with interweaving lightning and the other with blazing flames. Although they possessed extremely terrifying destructive power, they still couldn't pose a real threat to Han Shoror who possessed demigod strength. From the beginning to the end, Han Shoror didn't panic in the slightest. He used the demonic blades to block their joint attacks. Han Shoror didn't retaliate and only defended passively. It wasn't that Han Shoror was afraid of them, but that he was taking advantage of this opportunity to familiarize himself with the combat style of this unfamiliar world. Using his powerful divine sense and personal experience, Han Shoror familiarized himself with the strength and body structure of the two alien ladies. Only then did he truly begin to face the two girls who were attacking him in a frenzy. No longer passively defending, Han Shoror's demonic blades suddenly glowed with an evil light. His two hands spun violently, and streaks of evil and cold energy erupted from the demonic blades. The two alien ladies who had been fighting previously, but now attacked Han Shoror at the same time with great rapport. They immediately sensed the evil energy coming from Han Shoror's demonic blades. The two girls had been attacking Han Shoror for so long that they could tell that Han Shoror hadn't exerted his full strength. Now that they saw Han Shoror's sudden attack and his ferocious appearance, they were obviously startled and took the initiative to retreat a distance. They blinked their eyes and sized up Han Shoror. "Who are you people? Where is this place? Is there a planar guardian in this world?" Han Shoror immediately asked when he saw that the two girls had suddenly stopped. However, as soon as Han Shoror opened his mouth, he knew that these questions were pointless. The two alien ladies shouldn't understand the human language of Profound Continent. And that was indeed the case. After Han Shoror said those words, the two seductive alien ladies blinked their purple and green eyes and sized up Han Shoror in puzzlement. From their eyes, Han Shoror could tell that they indeed didn't understand the human language of Profound Continent. Hum, hum, hum. The purple-eyed lady uttered a series of melodious, gentle, and beautiful sounds that sounded very pleasant to Han Shoror's ears. It was a stark contrast to her seductive body that was covered with spikes. Hum, yeah. As soon as the purple-eyed lady opened her mouth, the green-eyed lady also hastily yelled. Her voice was actually rather sweet. However, it was obvious that Han Shoror didn't understand what they were saying either. But when the two ladies spoke, Han Shoror finally heaved a sigh of relief. At least it meant that the two ladies were willing to communicate with him instead of fighting for no apparent reason. Han Shoror put on a bitter smile and spread out his hands. He constantly shook his head and gestured with his hands, indicating that he didn't understand what they were saying. The two ladies widened their eyes and looked at Han Shoror as though he was a monster that had just walked out of a barbaric world. They hurriedly conversed with their melodious voices. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Shoror suddenly concentrated his consciousness to its peak state to sense the mental undulations of the two alien ladies. He tried to link their mental undulations with their voices, and stealthily extracted memories related to language from their souls. The consciousness had many wonderful uses. This method of using it to steal a small portion of someone else's memory wasn't a particularly difficult thing to do. Other than necromancers who were proficient in using soul energy, There were existences even more powerful than Han Shoror. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for an average person to stop Han Shoror's wonderful use of the consciousness. Chapter 518. As Han Shoror secretly spied on them, his consciousness operated at high speed. Gradually, traces of comprehension were reflected in Han Shoror's consciousness. Their conversation was analyzed by his consciousness like silk being peeled from cocoons, summarized into memories, and turned into Han Shoror's own. "What's wrong with this guy? Why can't he speak?" The purple-eyed girl blinked and looked suspiciously at Han Shoror. "Is he a spy from the three-eyed race? But it doesn't look like it. His attack method is a bit unfamiliar. What a strange guy." The green-eyed girl was also very puzzled. She cautiously distanced herself from Han Shoror. There's something strange about him. I don't know what race he is. How strange. Humph, whatever. I'm leaving first. We'll fight again next time." The two girls saw that they couldn't communicate with Han Shoror. Han Shoror's strength was astonishing. Since they couldn't do anything to Han Shoror even if they joined hands, they didn't feel like continuing to talk with Han Shoror. It looked like they were ready to leave this place. "Wait!" Han Shoror shouted in a shaky and awkward voice after carefully comprehending the two's language memories. The two girls looked at Han Shoror even more suspiciously. The green-eyed girl suddenly shot out a cold knife from the back of her left fist. She glared at Han Shoror with displeasure and scolded Han Shoror with a melodious voice. "What do you mean? What are you trying to do by pretending not to understand the language?" The purple-eyed girl was also very displeased. She was a bit more direct than the green-eyed girl and immediately expressed her displeasure. An arrow-like hook suddenly shot out from her smooth, white shoulder and quickly pierced toward Han Shoror's chest. At the same time, the green-eyed girl also launched an attack. She instantly approached Han Shoror like a green bolt of lightning. Her hands pulled out two lines of fire as if she wanted to forcefully strike the flames in her palms into Han Shoror's body. The surrounding lightning and fire elemental energy was suddenly sucked dry by the two women, forming a small-scale but powerful attack that was aimed at Han Shoror. Previously, Han Shoror had fought with the two girls. He had a clear idea of their attacking methods and strength. He had long understood that they had held back their strength. Now that the two of them had really misunderstood him, he no longer held back. He hastily chanted an incantation and formed a white bone shield in front of his chest. Then, he used the profound ice-purple flame to intercept the green-eyed girl's flame. "Wait, I misunderstood." Han Shoror was still not used to speaking the new language, so he hurriedly expressed his apology. The white bone shield blocked the hook-like arrow of the purple-eyed girl, and the line of fire hidden in the sharp knife of the green-eyed girl was also extinguished by the mysterious ice-purple flame. The purple-eyed girl, who was about to release the thunder and lightning attack, heard that Han Shoror did not forget to explain at this time. She said angrily, "What else is there to explain, you damn liar? It's really a misunderstanding. I just learned to speak the language of this world." Han Shoror hastily explained. He lightly waved his hands in front of his chest. Dazzling black radiance condensed into a bewitching black shield, blocking the purple-eyed girl's attack that contained an enormous amount of lightning elemental energy. Han Shoror understood that the two girls were truly enraged. They'd only seemed to be testing him out when they'd ganged up on him earlier, but this time, they'd truly come at him with all their might. Compared to those Magi on Profound Continent, they possessed much greater destructive power. Moreover, they all used close-quarters combat methods. They could condense their attacks to the extreme within an extremely small area and suddenly burst forth. This had indeed caused Han Shoror some trouble. The two seductive alien girls only had some important parts of their bodies covered by sinister-looking armor. Much of their fair and tender skin was still exposed. Attacking at such close range, their voluptuous breasts trembled violently, and their slender legs inevitably made some contact with Han Shoror when their knees struck him. This allowed Han Shoror to somewhat enjoy this exotic atmosphere and was in no hurry to ask anything. With that, Han Shoror, with a devilish grin on his face, stood tall under the storm-like attacks of the two girls. His eyes were sparkling, lingering on some of their naked sensitive parts. Not only did he not feel the slightest sense of danger, he even appeared rather relaxed and content. Very quickly, the two seductive foreign race girls discovered that this hateful enemy in front of them, this damned liar, was not only stronger than they had imagined, but also had some kind of malicious intent towards their bodies. This made them feel both embarrassed and angry. However, even though they had already attacked with all their strength and cooperated very well, they still couldn't do anything to this hateful fellow. Suddenly, the purple-eyed girl who cultivated the thunder element suddenly retreated and glared angrily at Han Shoror. She said angrily, "I don't want to fight anymore." Having lost the cooperation of the purple-eyed girl, the green-eyed girl was even more helpless against Han Shoror. Seeing that Han Shoror was standing there looking at her mockingly, his eyes even sneakily glancing at her breasts, although she was angry in her heart, she couldn't do anything to Han Shoror. In the end, she glared fiercely at Han Shoror and similarly stopped fighting with Han Shoror. Seeing that the two girls didn't continue to attack and were glaring angrily at him at the same time, Han Shoror awkwardly laughed twice. Then, he spread his hands and said, "You also saw that I didn't retaliate at all. I really don't have any evil intentions. You didn't retaliate, but your shifty eyes are full of filthy malice." The green-eyed girl glared hatefully at Han Shoror, unabashedly exposing Han Shoror's previous immoral behavior. "How can you blame me? Who told you to wear so little? I'm a normal man, and you've always been floating in front of me. I'd be a fool not to look," Han Shoror explained very innocently. After saying these words, his originally somewhat jerky speech gradually became proficient. "Phut." The purple-eyed girl laughed softly and looked at Han Shoror with interest. She said in a sweet voice, "Your speech is quite interesting. But why did you lie to us first? Your excuse was very clumsy. You actually said that you just learned to speak our language. Speak, who are you? What evil intentions do you have by peeking at our battle?" The green-eyed girl was still very unfriendly. She probably held a grudge against Han Shoror's lecherous gaze earlier. "I've always lived in a remote and uninhabited region. I've only left my hometown this time. The language of my hometown is a little different from yours. After listening for a while, I gradually came to understand. I didn't mean to deceive you." Han Shoror was extra cautious and did not reveal the fact that he came from an alien material plane. A few days ago in the space-time discontinuum, Han Shoror had met the three-eyed abyssal creature in human form. Han Shoror believed that the abyssal creature would definitely remember his appearance. It might even release the news that Han Shoror had sabotaged their invasion of Profound Continent. To avoid becoming a street rat, Han Shoror first had to carefully conceal his identity and figure out this world. "I see. From your appearance, you should be from a high-level race. There are some ancient races in the Abyss realm that like to hide in remote and uninhabited regions. However, you are still a very hateful person." Although the purple-eyed girl's attitude was a little better and she nodded, her speech was still not polite. It was obvious that she held a grudge against Han Shoror. The purple-eyed and green-eyed girls didn't quite believe Han Shoror's words. Han Shoror could see the wariness and dissatisfaction in their eyes, especially the green-eyed girl. She was even glaring at Han Shoror in an unfriendly manner. These two girls were two high-level races that Han Shoror had gone to great lengths to meet. He had to communicate with them through some special methods. The first thing he had to do was to dispel their wariness and make them less hostile towards him. Han Shoror thought to himself. He sized up the two girls and considered what methods he could use to get on good terms with them. Suddenly, Han Shoror noticed the jewelry worn on the necks and wrists of the two seductive girls. Those jewelry were either some polished stones that were relatively smooth and bright, or some strangely shaped bone ornaments. On the Profound Continent, only females from some low-level races would wear such jewelry. Whether in terms of design, quality, or craftsmanship, they couldn't be compared to the gemstone necklaces, jewelry, and fine jades of the human world on the Profound Continent. Everyone loved beauty, especially females. Practically no female from a high-level race could escape this irrefutable law of heaven and earth. Within Han Shoror's space ring were a large number of dazzling gemstone ornaments. They were all looted by the forest troll from the smuggling merchant guilds of various empires. To Han Shoror, these jewelry ornaments weren't of much use. However, when compared to the crude and barbaric ornaments on the necks and wrists of the two alien girls, the difference was like heaven and earth. "Hehe, it's our first time meeting. Please accept this small gift as a token of my respect to you two beautiful ladies. Only such an ornament can match your temperament and beauty," Han Shoror said with a faint smile. He took out a heart-shaped amethyst necklace and a pair of emerald bracelets from his space ring, and very modestly handed them over to the two girls. The craftsmanship of the heart-shaped amethyst necklace was outstanding. The amethyst sparkled with dazzling, beautiful, and soft radiance that could dazzle the eyes of any woman. The emerald bracelet was sparkling and translucent. It was as though a clear stream of water was rippling within it. The gentle emerald radiance could immediately attract the eyes of any woman. When the two top-notch ornaments from the profound continent were presented, Han Shoror's palms glowed with dazzling brilliance. It was as though the radiance of the moon had been absorbed into the two ornaments. The two alien girls of the Abyss realm who had never seen such beautiful and dazzling ornaments suddenly looked as though they had been struck by lightning. Their purple and emerald eyes glowed with a peculiar radiance that even Han Shoror didn't dare to look straight at. They stared fixedly at the ornaments in Han Shoror's hands, unable to look away. "Just a small gift," Han Shoror said. The two girls were still staring blankly at the ornaments in Han Shoror's hands, motionless. "Just a small gift," Han Shoror continued, this time with a much louder voice. The two alien girls' eyes were still fixed on the ornaments in Han Shoror's hands. They seemed to be trying to forcibly tear their eyes away from Han Shoror's palms, but failed to do so. "This is just a small gift to show my respect." Han Shoror had no choice but to shout loudly. The two girls were startled. They exchanged glances with each other. Their faces reddened at the same time, not knowing whether they were excited or ashamed of themselves for not living up to their expectations. They didn't dare to look at each other for too long. Without another word, Han Shoror walked to the side of the purple-eyed girl and hung the heart-shaped amethyst bracelet on the spikes on her fair and round shoulder. Then, he walked to the side of the green-eyed girl and hung the sparkling bracelet on the two spikes on her left shoulder armor. "This is my gift to the two of you. Please accept it," Han Shoror said with a chuckle after he was done. The two girls' faces were instantly filled with pleasant surprise. They seemed to have forgotten what to say as they carefully reached out to remove the ornaments that Han Shoror had casually placed on the spikes on their bodies. The spikes on their elbows were strangely withdrawn into their bodies, as though they were afraid of damaging the two ornaments. The two love-struck girls had an extremely satisfied smile on their faces as they carefully held the two ornaments with both hands. The light in their eyes was even brighter than the light on the ornaments. This made Han Shoror feel a little baffled. He thought to himself, could it be that there has never been such ornaments in the Abyss realm? So beautiful, so mysterious, so... The purple-eyed girl murmured to herself like a love-struck girl. She then remembered something and hurriedly put the heart-shaped amethyst necklace into her waist pouch. She looked at Han Shoror and said, "You've already given it to me. It's mine now." The green-eyed girl seemed to suddenly come to her senses after hearing the purple-eyed girl's words. She hurriedly hid the emerald bracelet deep in her cleavage and declared together with the purple-eyed girl, "Then it's mine. I won't return it to you." Han Shoror didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really wanted to say that he had a lot of this kind of jewels in his space ring, but he knew that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. He hurriedly laughed and waved his hand. "No, no. Those are for you two beautiful ladies." The two women heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Han Shoror said. The purple-eyed girl looked Han Shoror up and down again and suddenly said in a very kind and soft voice, "I don't know why, but I suddenly find you very pleasing to the eye. Yes, he's a good man. He's definitely not a spy of the three-eyed race. I'm sure." The green-eyed girl also immediately declared her position, no longer saying that Han Shoror's gaze was dirty. Han Shoror was overjoyed. He thought to himself that the attack of the Pearl Paradise was simply unstoppable against women. Not only on Profound Continent, but also in this Abyss realm, it could unleash even more terrifying destructive power. It couldn't be helped. They had never seen such a good thing before. Chapter 519. The Abyss Realm was currently ruled by 5 great demon kings, namely Bekimos, Cecrops, Golandur, Leviathan, and Manticore. Each of these 5 great demon kings had vast territories and tens of millions of abyssal demons under their command. They stood at the apex of the pyramid of the Abyss Realm. In the Abyss Realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, almost every high-level abyssal creature depended on the 5 great demon kings for survival. For many years, the 5 great demon kings had been waging war against each other, never giving up on their ambition to unify the Abyss Realm. Unlike those ugly and filthy abyssal creatures, the highest-level races and existences in the Abyss Realm not only possessed extremely powerful strength, but also outstanding intelligence. Furthermore, when not in battle, they could transform into all sorts of forms, with the appearance of a human being their most common form. In the vast Abyss Realm, the 5 demon kings went on expeditions all year round. Endless battles seemed to be the unchanging truth of the Abyss Realm since time immemorial. Every day, every moment, low-level abyssal creatures would fight and die under the hands of high-level existences. The green-eyed girl was called Hemana, and the purple-eyed girl was called Sylph. Both of them hailed from War Demon Valley. The master of War Demon Valley was called Crozius, one of the 7 great warriors serving under Great Demon King Manticore of the Abyss Realm. The War Demon Valley where Crozius resided was adjacent to the Venomfang Castle of Yeki, a capable general under Demon King Golandur. Yeki was an expert of the 3-eyed race who had been in constant conflict with Crozius' War Demon Valley. Hemana and Sylph were both War Demon guards serving the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius. The 2 of them had come here to compete for the position of War Demon First Captain. The winner would be able to take over the position of War Demon First Captain. In exchange for 2 pieces of jewelry, Hanshor gained a rough understanding of the basic situation of the Abyss Realm from Hemana and Sylph. What was different from Profound Continent was that the competition here was exceptionally cruel and bloody. Those with strength could proclaim themselves hegemons, while others would only be reduced to cannon fodder. A material world with high-level life forms would always be filled with all sorts of things. With the introduction of the 2 alien girls, Hanshor gradually came to understand that although the Abyss Realm was more realistic and cruel, as long as one possessed great strength, it was very easy to obtain a distinguished status and influence. Unlike the Profound Continent, where hypocritical aristocratic etiquette was emphasized, those who held high positions in the Abyss Realm had all obtained their positions through bloody battles. Only those who were vicious and cruel could stand out in the Abyss Realm and win the respect of others. Hemana and Sylph, the 2 alien girls, did not know much about the deeper levels of the Abyss Realm. They had clearly never heard of the Planar Guardians. It seemed that because their status was not noble enough and they were not powerful enough, they did not have the opportunity to learn more about these secrets. It's time to make a trip to War Demon Valley, Hanshor thought to himself. Then, he looked at the 2 alien girls whose attitude towards him had obviously improved a lot, and smilingly said, "I'm new here. Could the 2 of you introduce me to the master of War Demon Valley?" The 2 alien girls appeared rather awkward after hearing Hanshor's words. They stammered, not knowing how to respond. Hanshor stared blankly for a moment. Shortly after, he asked in astonishment, "Could it be that there are some difficulties?" The green-eyed girl named Hemana looked at Hanshor and said rather embarrassedly, "The 2 of us are just insignificant War Demon Guards serving under Lord Crozius. Before we became a captain of the War Demon Guards, we didn't even have the opportunity to speak with Lord Crozius. I believe we are not qualified to introduce Lord Crozius to you." After hearing Hemana's words, Sylph also hastily agreed, "That's right. War Demon Guards are divided into ordinary guards, squad leaders, squadron leaders, and captain. Only a captain can report directly to Lord Crozius. Before the 2 of us become a captain, we are not qualified to do so. It's not that we don't want to help you, but we really can't." Hanshor's expression turned grave after hearing the 2 ladies' words. Hemana and Sylph possessed strength even greater than the sacred grade experts of Profound Continent. Little did he expect that they would only be a squadron leader under the command of a great demon king, and not even a company leader. Han Shoror was well aware of the cruel law of competition in the Abyss realm. There would never be a situation like on Profound Continent where a powerless individual rose to power by relying on connections and family clan status. In other words, the captain of Crozius' subordinates must be more powerful than Hemana and Sylph. If that was the case, Crozius, as the master of War Demon Valley, must be even more powerful. In that case, Han Shoror dared not imagine how terrifying the strength of Crozius' master, one of the great demon kings of the Abyss realm, Demon King Manticore, must be. I see, Han Shoror said with a grave face. After thinking for a moment, he put on a faint smile and said, if that's the case, can I return to War Demon Valley with you? Can you bring me into War Demon Valley and give me an identity? Having learned a little about the Abyss realm, Han Shoror was certain that the creatures in this Abyss realm were much more powerful than those on Profound Continent. That made sense. The Abyss realm was a cruel realm where every creature lived their lives in slaughter. It was only natural that they would be stronger than the creatures on Profound Continent who lived a peaceful life. Han Shoror was certain that Crozius' strength would not be any weaker than his, perhaps even a little stronger. As for the 5 great abyssal demon kings of the Abyss realm, they were not existences that he could contend against at the moment. It was precisely for this reason that Han Shoror had to be a little more cautious. He did not want to provoke a powerful enemy that he could not contend against for the time being before familiarizing himself with this new world. That won't be a problem. We can bring you into War Demon Valley. Given your strength, you will definitely live a good life in War Demon Valley. If you join Lord Crozius' War Demon Guards, your future will be much brighter than ours, said Sylph. Let's go. This is my first time leaving my hometown. It's a good opportunity to get to know this world, Han Shoror urged the 2 young ladies. The 2 young ladies did not say much. They soared into the sky at the same time, bringing Han Shoror with them as they flew in a certain direction. The way they flew was not quite the same as those on Profound Continent. They seemed to understand the characteristics of gravity in this world. They used the energy in their bodies to form some kind of harmonious resonance with gravity, using elemental energy similar to fighting aura in their bodies as the foundation. When they flew, their legs would kick as though they were walking on flat ground, as though there was an invisible solid ground beneath their feet. For some reason, after learning from Hemana and Sylph about the laws of survival and the powerful creatures of the Abyss realm, although Han Shoror's mood was somewhat grave, he also felt an uncontrollable excitement. The crueler the world, the more powerful the existence, the more it seemed that Han Shoror's passion for battle would be ignited. As Han Shoror's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, there were fewer and fewer opponents on Profound Continent who could contend against him. Profound Continent was comparatively much more peaceful, which was not conducive to Han Shoror's breakthrough in demonic arts. But in this cruel new world, as long as one possessed formidable strength, one could kill, pillage, and dominate the world, truly unleashing one's inner desires. Perhaps only in this world would one be able to unleash one's inner desires to the fullest. One could break through this realm that ordinary demonic arts cultivators would need 100 years to achieve, and reach the next realm, the 9 Changes realm. One's strength would once again skyrocket. That's right, perhaps only in this world can I truly unleash my inner desires without restraining them. In any case, I will leave this world sooner or later, so I might as well enjoy myself here. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Han Shoror couldn't help but glance at the 2 alien ladies beside him with evil intentions. The 2 alien ladies had an exotic charm that was completely different from the girls on Profound Continent. Their coquettish looks, coupled with their spiked armor, gave off a wild and bewitching allure. What are you looking at? Sylph immediately noticed that Han Shoror's gaze was lingering on her chest and her smooth thighs. She glared at Han Shoror and said in embarrassment. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shoror chuckled mischievously and said, pure admiration, Hihi, Han Shoror, you're laughing so lewdly. Hihi, if you can give me another treasure, I can help you obtain Sylph. How about it? Hemana giggled as she looked at Han Shoror, and then shot a provocative glance at Sylph, instigating Han Shoror with evil intentions. In this completely unfamiliar world, Han Shoror told his real name to the two girls. He was prepared to use his original name to make a name for himself as a demon king. 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm. Perhaps there will be one more in the future. Han Shoror was filled with confidence. You little slut, I'll definitely kill you next time. Sylph glared fiercely at Hemana and threatened. TCH, if you had that ability, I wouldn't be standing here, Hemana said disdainfully. Shortly after, she giggled and said to Han Shoror, what do you think? What do you think of my suggestion? No. Han Shoror laughed mischievously and shook his head, disagreeing with Hemana's suggestion. I knew it. Han Shoror shouldn't be that kind of person. Since he possesses such formidable strength, he must have a firm conviction, Sylph said with a complacent smile when she saw that Han Shoror did not agree to Hemana's suggestion. I want both of you. As soon as Sylph finished her sentence, Han Shoror chuckled strangely, indescribably arrogant and direct. In the Abyss realm, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, he could have as many women as he wanted. In this unfamiliar world, Han Shoror had completely let go of himself. There were things that he dared not do on Profound Continent, things that he was too weak to say, but now he could say them without any scruples. Oddly enough, as soon as he said those words from the bottom of his heart, Han Shoror suddenly felt a sense of relief. It was as though what he said to his heart coincided with the state of mind of the carnal realm, and had some sort of mystical effect on the advancement of his realm. In this way, Han Shoror had a faint glimmer of understanding in his heart. It looked like he could completely let loose in this world and do whatever he wanted, say whatever he didn't dare say. In this way, he truly believed that he could break through to the carnal realm in this world. You fella, you are really ambitious. Contrary to Han Shoror's expectations, Hemana did not blame Han Shoror. This green-eyed young lady who had been hostile to Han Shoror at the start was actually bold beyond Han Shoror's expectations. She looked at Han Shoror smilingly, as though gauging whether Han Shoror had the strength to match his ambition. After sizing up Han Shoror for a while, Hemana mumbled to herself, perhaps you really can. If you can gain a certain status and influence in War Demon Valley, having the two of us won't be too difficult. That's true. When he has that strength, I will consider it. The purple-eyed young lady Sylph also sized up Han Shoror with great interest. The purple-eyed young lady, Sylph, was also sizing up Han Shoror with great interest. Unlike Hemana, her attention was more focused on Han Shoror's body. If they were on Profound Continent and Han Shoror had said those words, most young ladies wouldn't have been as open-minded as they were. Han Shoror laughed heartily and said arrogantly, interesting. If I can subdue the two of you, my journey out of my hometown won't be in vain. Haha. We'll be waiting for you. The two ladies exchanged glances and actually began to ridicule Han Shoror in a tacit manner. It seemed that this world was indeed different from Profound Continent. At least, the females were much more open-minded. After walking for a while, Han Shoror suddenly creased his brows and stopped without warning. He raised his hand and gestured to the two ladies behind him. The two ladies simultaneously stopped and sized up Han Shoror in puzzlement. They asked, "What's wrong?" 5 miles ahead, there's a group of people fighting. Among them is a race with 3 eyes. They seem to be your enemies. Han Shoror explained. What do their opponents look like? Sylph was shocked and hastily asked. They're riding tall, 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons. They look about the same as you, wearing body armor, Han Shoror replied. It's the Shero Brigade. We're on the same side. Hemana exclaimed in a deep voice. Without another word, she circled around Han Shoror and charged towards the enemy. Sylph did the same. She wore a grave expression and didn't have the slightest bit of timidity that one would expect when facing a powerful enemy. Han Shoror opened his mouth and was about to tell them that the enemies of the 3-eyed race were obviously stronger than their side and that the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything even if they joined forces. However, he discovered that the two ladies had already charged ahead without a care for anything else. Han Shoror shook his head and let out a soft sigh. Shortly after, As though he had thought of something, he chuckled mischievously. He thought, "Isn't this the best opportunity for me? If I make good use of it, not only will I be able to break into War Demon Valley, I might even be able to subdue the two alien ladies." Chapter 520. In a huge swamp, thousands of abyssal creatures were engaged in a fierce battle. These abyssal creatures were all of very high levels. There were triops that were 4 to 5 meters tall, as well as male high-level abyssal creatures similar to Hemana and Sylvie, mounted on giant 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons. It was obvious that the triops had the absolute advantage and were forcing the other side to retreat. These abyssal creatures walked on the swamp as if it were flat ground. Not a single one of them drowned. Colorful blood spurted out. The battle between abyssal creatures was extremely brutal. More often than not, the dead would be torn to pieces. The scene was savage and bloodthirsty. There were only a few dozen triops, and they acted as leaders. Among them, the strongest was similar to Hemana and Sylvie, but not as strong as the one Han-Shoror had met in the spacetime discontinuum. Under the orders of the dozens of triops, those abyssal creatures of all sizes attacked the Shero Brigade of War Demon Valley mounted on the 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons like locusts. Hemana and Sylvie, the two from War Demon Valley, had joined the fray ahead of time. They joined forces with the Shero Brigade and defended against the attacks of the triops with all their might. Casualties occurred all the time. Han-Shoror noticed that whether it was the triops of Venomfang Castle or Hemana and the others from War Demon Valley, these high-level beings could skillfully utilize the elemental energy between heaven and earth. Only those huge, ugly, and filthy low-level abyssal creatures could use their bodies to attack. It was obvious that the higher the level, the more powerful they were. From Hemana and Sylvie, Han-Shoror also learned some interesting general knowledge about the abyssal realm. According to the two women, any creature in the abyssal realm that had a humanoid appearance was a high-level abyssal creature that had evolved to the extreme. These abyssal creatures all possessed extremely powerful strength. Generally speaking, the huge, ugly abyssal creatures were mostly low-level beings. This was the first time Han-Shoror had seen a battle between abyssal creatures. Every time the two forces clashed, they would first use the low-level abyssal creatures to rush to the front. Those low-level beings were simply cannon fodder. The first to die in every clash were the low-level abyssal creatures. Those lucky enough to survive would also die in the subsequent clashes. Their battle techniques were outstanding, and every part of their bodies could be used as a lethal weapon. The tails of the three-eyed race were covered in spikes, and a sweep of their tail could pierce through someone larger than them. After observing for a while, Han-Shoror discovered that even with the addition of Hemana and Sylph, War Demon Valley's side was still dying. After a while, the Shero regiment in War Demon Valley, as well as the 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons used as mounts, were almost completely annihilated. Only then did the Shero regiment remember to retreat. Severed limbs, severed arms, and internal organs were all stripped from their bodies during the battle. The savage low-level abyssal creatures even swallowed the organs of their enemies immediately after killing them, using their sharp teeth to chew on the organs while continuing to chase after their enemies. Compared to the battles on Profound Continent, these battles between abyssal creatures were so brutal that it made one feel nauseous. The low-level abyssal creatures, in particular, were cruel and disgusting to the extreme. However, these abyssal creatures had long gotten used to this style of battle. Even Hemana and Sylph, the two seductive young ladies, showed no signs of fear. They were fully focused on the battle, and their attacks were extremely vicious and ruthless. Every time a strike landed on an enormous abyssal creature, the elemental energy of lightning and fire would instantly rush into the abyssal creature's body, causing terrifying destructive power that could kill an abyssal creature on the spot. As the casualties on Hemana's side increased, the Shero regiment finally decided to break out of the encirclement. After observing for a while, Han-Shoror felt that the time had come. He stopped watching and walked step by step towards the center of the brutal battle. Rows of bone spears pierced through the air. Several dozen abyssal creatures from Venomfang Castle standing in front of Han-Shoror were pierced through by the bone spears. With himself at the center, Han-Shoror released boundaries of fear and weakness, and added acid corrosive swamp to the swamp. The art of grand disintegration was a necromancy magic that Han-Shoror had mastered not too long ago. It just so happened that he could practice it on these abyssal creatures. As long as he could successfully activate the art of grand disintegration, any abyssal creature shrouded by the art of grand disintegration, be it a low-level filthy being or a high-level being of the three-eyed race in human form, would be torn apart by the art of grand disintegration. Soon enough, the Triops discovered Han-Shoror's presence in the rear. A Triops leader pointed to an expert behind him, indicating for him to take care of Han-Shoror. More than 200 abyssal creatures of varying levels, including the Triops expert, rushed towards Han-Shoror. Before they could get close to Han-Shoror, they landed on the acid swamp, their bodies slowly starting to rot. However, there were some particularly powerful abyssal creatures. Perhaps it was because they were adept at spewing acid poisons, but their bodies were clearly extremely resistant to corrosive poisons. Several dozen abyssal creatures with green skin were unscathed in the acid swamp and charged towards Han-Shoror. Last time in the spacetime discontinuum, Han-Shoror had resisted for an unknown period of time with necromancy magic alone. These abyssal creatures were similar in strength to the ones Han-Shoror had encountered in the spacetime discontinuum, so they were naturally no match for Han-Shoror. They used necromancy magic to form a variety of attacks and killed all 200 abyssal creatures. Even that expert from the three-eyed race who came under Han-Shoror's command was slain by his demonic blades. He did not escape from Han-Shoror's grasp. For some reason, in this abyss realm, Han-Shoror had a carefree temperament that allowed him to do as he pleased. While fighting to his heart's content, Han-Shoror's demonic state of mind was not in the least disturbed. Instead, it was very calm. It was as if Han-Shoror's actions coincided with the carnal realm's state of mind, causing him to unwittingly undergo some incomprehensible change. After killing more than 200 people of Venomfang Castle in a row, Han-Shoror felt extremely carefree. He laughed heartily like a demon, unleashing his demonic arts to his heart's content. All abyssal creatures that approached Han-Shoror were cut down by the demonic blades. Not a single one was spared. In the blink of an eye, Han-Shoror had cleared a path and arrived at the Shero regiment where Hemana and Sylph were. The Shero regiment of War Demon Valley had obviously learned from Hemana and Sylph that Han-Shoror was a friend and not a foe. Seeing Han-Shoror's astonishing strength, each and every one of them revealed looks of delight. Han-Shoror did not unleash all of his strength. Otherwise, if he summoned a sea of undead creatures, Han-Shoror could even wipe out all of these people of Venomfang Castle in one fell swoop. He understood that in an unfamiliar environment, it was very necessary to conceal some of his means. Only by keeping some of his special skills could he better protect himself. "I'll take care of the aftermath. Let's retreat first," Han-Shoror said heroically, winking at Hemana and Sylph. The two alien girls watched as Han-Shoror slaughtered his way through the densely packed enemies of Venomfang Castle. Unlike his previous battle with the two of them, Han-Shoror's viciousness and savagery shocked them greatly. It was only now that they realized that Han-Shoror did not consider them his opponents at all. The cruel law of competition in the Abyss realm had created a phenomenon where females worshipped the strong. In the eyes of Hemana and Sylph, this insolent and callous man who had slaughtered his way through was unstoppable. Their image suddenly grew taller. When they looked at Han-Shoror again, the two alien girls' eyes naturally became a little more peculiar. It seemed that the more ruthless and cold-blooded Han-Shoror was, the more they could not help but be attracted to him. "Good friend, I, Nanzaro, have decided to make friends with you." Within the Shero Brigade, a burly man with two arms like pythons and fangs said very heroically to Han-Shoror. This alien man called Nanzaro was 2 meters tall. His back was full of spikes like a hedgehog, and his arms were like 2 pythons. His palms were like the gaping mouths of pythons, filled with densely packed teeth. He probably cultivated in the element of darkness. Every time he attacked, there would be a tiny flicker of darkness element. His palms were like the gaping mouths of pythons, and a python's tongue flickered in and out. The powerful force of the element of darkness could suddenly burst out from his palms with great power. Nanzaro was much more powerful than Hemana and Sylph. The element of darkness in his body had condensed to a point that even Han-Shor was amazed. It was as though with just a little more, the element of darkness would fill every corner of his body. Once the impurities in his body were removed, he would be able to form a body of dark element. Han-Shor observed Nanzaro's body with his consciousness and immediately came to a realization. Magi on profound continent cultivated mental strength, using their mental strength to slowly experience and understand the elemental energy until their soul was strong enough to form a soul of element. Then, with the soul of element as the foundation, they would slowly communicate with the elemental energy and attempt to fuse it into their physical bodies to form a body of element. Only when both a soul of element and a body of element were successfully molded could a magus be considered to have laid the foundation for becoming a god. This abyss realm was different from the profound continent. They seemed to place more emphasis on fusing elemental energy with their bodies. Judging from Nanzaro's body, the path they took was to first connect their bodies with the elements, and then slowly cultivate to form a body of element. On profound continent, even without the aid of an origin crystal, a magus could spend decades or even centuries to comprehend the elemental energy with his soul and gradually form a soul of element. However, on profound continent, while there were some magi who could form a soul of element, those who could form a body of element were few and far between. That was because, from the very beginning, magi focused on the utilization of their soul and mental strength, sensing and manipulating the elemental energy with their soul. After decades or even centuries of communicating with the elemental energy, once they comprehended a certain abstruse realm, they would be able to form a soul of element without the aid of an origin crystal. However, as they had never cultivated their bodies to begin with, it was almost impossible for magi to form a body of element. They had no idea how to do it. As far as Han-Shor knew, there were magi on profound continent who could form a soul of element, but it would be extremely difficult for them to form a body of element. On profound continent, it was an almost unsolvable problem for magi to form a body of element. Even the few experts who became gods by luck would never divulge the secret of their ascension, or perhaps they were just ignorant about it. This step was simply too difficult. That was why so many magi were forever stuck at this step, never having the opportunity to touch upon the path to godhood. Looking at Nanzaro before him and thinking about Hemana and Sylph, Han-Shor suddenly had a realization. The path they took was the opposite of profound continent. In that case, they should know more about how to form a body of element. However, as they focused on the cultivation of their bodies, the difficulty of forming a soul of element with their souls was as difficult as the magi on profound continent forming a body of element with their bodies. The two worlds had completely different ways of utilizing elemental energy. Han-Shor could be considered to have some understanding of magi. If he had a thorough understanding of the elemental energy in this world and the method of cultivating the body to form elemental bodies, wouldn't that mean that Han-Shor had found a way to become a god? All of a sudden, Han-Shor's heart jolted as he recalled the secret of the next layer of the cemetery of death on profound continent. From the skeletal staff, Han-Shor learned that the cemetery of death seemed to contain the secret of becoming a god. In that case, could the secret of becoming a god be referring to this? Could it be that the secret of becoming a god was the combination of the two worlds' different ways of utilizing the elements? If the truth was as Han-Shor guessed, could it be that the original master of the cemetery of death had once come to this abyss realm? Could it be that he had comprehended the true secret of becoming a god from the two worlds' completely different ways of utilizing the elements? The more Han-Shor thought about it, the more a vague sense of anticipation grew in his heart. For some reason, Han-Shor felt that his guess might be correct. Perhaps the master of the cemetery of death had once come to the abyss realm, or perhaps a plane similar to the abyss realm. That was why he was able to combine the cultivation wisdom of two worlds and comprehend the way to become a god. Han-Shor, what's wrong? Hemana asked in a rather flustered manner when she saw Han-Shor staring at Nambra with glowing eyes. Nambra's heart grew colder and colder after being stared at by Han-Shor's glowing eyes for a good while. He put on a smile that was uglier than crying and said to Han-Shor, "Friend, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I'm sorry, if you really have such thoughts, I can introduce you to a few others with such hobbies. But don't look for me. I beg of you, don't look at me like that. Chapter 521. Han Shor suddenly came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, I'm only interested in beauties like Hemana and Sylph. Heh, I was just thinking about something. Nambra heaved a sigh of relief at his explanation. He laughed heartily and said, Thank you this time. You're welcome. We haven't broken out of the encirclement yet, have we? Han Shor turned his head to look at the pursuing Venomfang castle. Seeing some of the abyssal creatures on the periphery of the Shero squad being killed one after another, he couldn't help but take out his skeletal staff and chant an incantation. Bone spears and acid bogs were released one after another, blocking the three-eyed pursuers. Han Shor didn't summon a massive army of the undead, nor did he have any intention of using demonic arts to turn the tide. Just as he said before, Han Shor was helping the Shero squad bring up the rear. Very well. Hemana and Sylph, the two of you help this friend. Add 100 guards to bring up the rear. I'll be in charge of breaking out of the encirclement. Nambra immediately gave the order. Without waiting for Hemana and Sylph to say anything, he flew to the front. His arms flickered like pythons, and wisps of dark smoke shot out from them, forcing the Venomfang castle enemies in front of him to continuously retreat. Han Shor was at the rear, flanked by Hemana and Sylph, two charming alien girls. The two girls stuck close to Han Shor, working together with Han Shor to cut down the pursuers one by one, showing no mercy in their attacks. Blood splattered and severed limbs flew. The battle became even more intense in Han Shor's hands. Han Shor, who was well aware of the rules of the Abyss realm, took the lives of several abyssal creatures every time he attacked. The demonic blades in his two hands wove into a net of demonic light, densely covering the ground and cutting the abyssal creatures into pieces. Hemana and Sylph, the two charming girls, helped Han Shor clean up while stealing glances at Han Shor. At that moment, Han Shor was filled with allure in their eyes. Han Shor had a joyful expression on his face as he fought fiercely and ruthlessly. With two seductive girls as his companions, he was in an incomparably carefree mood. During the battle, he would exchange ambiguous glances with the two girls from time to time. With the addition of Han Shor, Hemana, and Sylph, the Shero brigade who had made up their minds to break out of the encirclement was rather successful. Han Shor's large area of effect necromancy spells caused great trouble for Venomfang Castle during the battle. After the boundaries of fear and weakness were laid out, Venomfang Castle's offensive collectively slowed down. Due to their fear, their power was clearly not as great as before. Rows upon rows of bone spears and acid bogs caused direct destruction to Venomfang Castle's enemies. 600 to 700 of the pursuing Venomfang Castle enemies had died before they could even get close to Han Shor. Those that managed to reach Han Shor with great difficulty were quickly blasted into pieces by the combined efforts of Han Shor and Hemana. The 100 or so guards behind them didn't even have the chance to intervene. After fighting and retreating for a while, the Shero brigade, with Nambra taking the lead in breaking out of the encirclement, had successfully opened up a path. With that, the group no longer lingered and increased their speed to the limit. With Han Shor and the other two bringing up the rear, they quickly left the area. After breaking out of the encirclement, the group didn't stop and kept moving for a long time before they completely shook off their pursuers. Friend, many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement so easily. Nambra only walked up from the front of the group after he felt that they were truly safe. He laughed heartily. His two python-like arms had already returned to their normal appearance. Only the spikes on his back remained like those of a porcupine. Although this alien man also trained in the element of darkness, he didn't have the cold, gloomy aura of a dark magus like Candide. Instead, he was very cheerful. Perhaps it was because of his different training methods. At this moment, Han Shor, Hemana, and Sylph were flirting and teasing each other. In this world that worshipped the strong, Han Shor had unknowingly gained the approval of the two girls. The two seductive girls from the Abyss realm were quite open, exchanging flirtatious glances with Han Shor. Hemana and Sylph, in particular, were enemies. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding of Hanshor as their new battlefield. It was as if whoever could conquer Hanshor would have won the other. Their attitudes towards Hanshor suddenly became much warmer. Hanshor, who saw all of this, naturally enjoyed watching from the sidelines. He was so happy that he forgot about his duties along the way. Only when Nambara's voice sounded did Hanshor happily greet him. "You're welcome, you're welcome." Hemana and Sylph became a little more well-behaved after Nambara's arrival. They no longer continued to flirt with Hanshor. From the two girls, Hanshor learned that Nambara was the captain of the Shero Brigade and was considered a rather influential person in War Demon Valley. "When we reach War Demon Valley, I'll treat you well, my friend." "Oh, right, if you're interested, I can introduce you to Lord Crozius." Nambara seemed to have learned about Hanshor's background and some matters from Hemana and Sylph. He was very friendly towards Hanshor. "Many thanks," Hanshor replied. Hanshor understood that Crozius was the true master of War Demon Valley. As for some of the secrets of the Abyss Realm, such as the Planar Guardians, Hanshor reckoned that only existences like Crozius would be able to obtain useful information. "My lord, how did you end up meeting people from Venomfang Castle there?" Hemana asked Nambara gravely, no longer joking around. Hemana and Sylph were both extremely talented young experts in War Demon Valley. Now that one of them was clearly capable of becoming a captain, Nambara regarded the two girls with great importance. He explained with a bitter smile, "This time, I followed Lord Crozius's orders to gather herbs. When I returned, I was probably discovered by Venomfang Castle's spies. Therefore, they sent 3 squads to surround and annihilate us. Fortunately, I ran into you two and Hanshor. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult to break out of the encirclement." "I see. Venomfang Castle seems to be getting more and more arrogant recently. I heard that a planar passageway has been discovered in their territory. Demon King Golander has sent several powerhouses to Venomfang Castle for the sake of that passageway. Is it because of that powerhouse's arrival at Venomfang Castle that they suddenly became so rampant?" The purple-eyed girl, Sylph, thought for a moment and suddenly asked. Hanshor was startled when he heard Sylph's words. He stared at Nambara, trying to see if he knew about this news. By now, Hanshor was finally certain that the cave that appeared in the space-time discontinuum belonged to Venomfang Castle's sphere of influence. Hanshor had come to this material plane from there. Naturally, he would be especially concerned about this news. According to our information, that so-called interplanar passage has been completely destroyed. I'm afraid that those experts sent by Demon King Golander have not gained anything this time. It is precisely because of this that they want to occupy our War Demon Valley in order to return and report to Demon King Golander. But our War Demon Valley has experienced so many years in the hands of Lord Crozius. We are not that easy to deal with. Don't worry, Lord Crozius has a plan for this. Our War Demon Valley is not afraid of those from Venomfang Castle, Nambara said resolutely. He seemed to worship the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius. But it is said that the ones coming this time are Demon King Golander's shadow warriors. Hemana said with a frown, somewhat worried. Shadow warriors? Are they really shadow warriors? Sylph was greatly astonished, as though the name was a taboo. A trace of fear actually flashed in her eyes. Even Nambara's expression changed. Soon after, he said with a somewhat stiff expression, "That's not possible. Shadow warriors are Demon King Golander's trump cards. They wouldn't come all the way to Venomfang Castle just for a nonsensical matter, would they? I got this information from a high-ranked Venomfang demon I killed a few days ago. It should not be wrong." Hemana's face was filled with worry. She seemed to be worried about the safety of War Demon Valley. It seemed that the shadow warriors under Demon King Golander were extremely terrifying to them. If that is really the case, we must return to War Demon Valley as soon as possible. I must immediately inform Lord Crozius of this news. Not only are the shadow warriors powerful, every single one of them is a demon to the extreme. If they were to come to Venomfang Castle, Our War Demon Valley would really be in big trouble, Nambra said with a grave face. Nambra's expression was solemn as well, even a little fearful. It seemed like the Shadow Warriors under Demon King Golander's command were infamous. Yes, it would be best if we report this to Lord Crozius as soon as possible. In case it really is the Shadow Warriors, we must make preparations in advance. At the very least, Lord Crozius should report this to Black Jade City. Hamana nodded and said in a rather heavy voice. Black Jade City was the city where the great demon king Manticore resided. Han Shaw was well aware of that. Hamana's words clearly showed that she did not have a good opinion of War Demon Valley's current strength, and hoped that Crozius would seek help from his master Manticore. If it really is the Shadow Warriors, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Nambra sighed, and hastily said, return to the valley at the fastest speed. I must report this news to Lord Crozius at once. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,